Golden City, one short day with only so much crying to be done. Every way that you look in the city, there's something heartbreak. Oh, and we are live. Hey everybody, how we all doing? Let me pop up the chat. V, good to glad to have you. Lone, good to glad to have you. Vinny, good to glad to have you. Danny, good to glad to have you. Rary, good to glad to have you. Deathberry, good to glad to have you. Christy, good to glad to have you. Grain, good to glad to have you. Alex, good to glad to have you. Laffy, good to glad to have you. Althea, good to see you. Glad to have you. Hi everybody, how you doing? And welcome to this special episode that is actually this time for reals the final of Dawn Trail, and on this Saturday that we don't usually see. How are you all doing, and how is my audio? Gonna get a double check on that from all of y'all's. I think everything's good on that end. Let me check MSI, turn down my fans real quick so that they're not catching up. Today we are going to be, finishing up Dawn Trail, and definitely not a lot of the most heartbreaking scenes in the back half of this. And we'll definitely be talking about how it's going. Luckily we have enough time to do so. And there's Amika. That's very good though. That's very good. How much would be funny if there was like just a squirrel that like the Amika that followed you around with those balloons? That'd be amazing. Can I get a double check that you guys can hear me at the moment? Because right now the chat's not updating. Let me refresh my page. That's weird. Definitely says I'm live. Volume seems a bit low. Let's turn that up. Let me know if that's better. You can hear me? Okay, cool. I'm gonna do a clap. Let me know if there's a delay before we get going, and I'm gonna do the quick roll. Our warm-ups are gonna be the side quests, but 1, 2, 3, clap. Okay, cool. We're gonna go to Gate Town, or to Canal Town first, and then we'll go to Yesterland. Okay, cool. 10 as usual. Louder, please. Okay. What about now? That better? Tweak. And down so it's less of a jet engine. Oh, the heartbreak when you walk through and the music no longer plays. Deathberry, thank you for the membership. Enjoy your emotes, and woo, 28 months. We're starting to get towards 3 years. I also, when you finish, when you finish the entire map, there's at least some echo of the music. But right now, it's just silent. Nothing playing. I respect the fact that they did that so much. And it's funny, I think someone pointed out yesterday that it's kind of the opposite of Ultima Thule, which, I had noted, where, like, you have the music starts out blurred and slowly the fog lifts and the world's revealed, whereas this is the antithesis of that. I keep trying to practice playing Legacy mode, but I do it on Paladin, because I know the moves well enough, but trying to do it on frickin' Viper's gonna be a pain. You'll never guess what just happened. There I was, right in the middle of one of my tours, and my customers just stopped and vanished. There's nothing worse than not being able to see something through to the end. I need to do something with all this pent-up pep. I don't think I've ever given you a tour, so how about it? I promise I won't take up too much of your time. Sure, why not? Now, Canal Town wouldn't be Canal Town without its water, and where better to dip your toes in local history than the two of our stored fountains? Come, I'll be waiting for you in the Fount of Devotion. I love that it's named Tenacious Tour Guide, because literally what could be more tenacious than surviving the literal shutting off of one of the terminals. Oh my god, this enemy is called Remembered. Wow, that's a pun if I ever seen one. Reminder, yes, spoilers, we're finishing today, so hold nothing back. Yes. Now is the time. If you've got interesting tidbits, if you've got things you've noticed, if you've got bits you want to talk about around living memory or anything in the game, we won't be hopping back into 7.x for a while, at least until 0.3 drops, so. Welcome to Daguerreau Medical Collection. Forgive me for being so forthright, but I don't suppose I could ask you a small favor. The facility's medical history texts were formerly available on loan, but several borrowers have disappeared and are no longer able to return their books. I was hoping you'd be able to collect the outstanding monographs. Eventually, I too will be erased, and I can't imagine the collection will receive any more visitors. Nevertheless, a vast wealth of knowledge is contained within these walls, and I have every faith that it will prove useful to someone someday. Hence my determination to ensure that no document is left behind. I am calling it. I bet you the final Allied Society or the second Allied Society, one of the Allied Society quests is some group showing up here. Because one, this is a yellow quest that's a banner quest. This is going to be part of a setup or relevance to a future thing. I don't know, maybe Burmeshian Allied Society quest? Can we hope? Dare we hope? I still search the northern side of town. I'd ask that you check the southern terrace if you find any books that relate to medical history. I'd be grateful if you could bring them back to me. Does medical history make us think of anything to... I know, Nomura. I'm going to hold to the hope anyways, Lil. Is there anything around medical... anything that would make us think FF9 with the medical stuff? Oh god, that's a blow to my bookworm solar plexus. Yeah. You think I don't? Oh, I think you want to hope more than anyone. I'm pretty sure I might even see you crack a smile if they actually made it real. I just love that they make you sit with the silence. Alvin, good to see you, glad to have you. After the reveal of Copy Sphere and another possibly real Sphere at the end of 7.1, how much do you guys think preservation is evolved? 100%, Alvin. I don't know if you haven't been here for the past couple episodes, but we've been talking about this some. 100%. Now, here's for the couple of reasons why. One of which is that Otis is specifically shown to be is interesting in that he is someone who has a copied memory endless in the system while also being a soul with memories within it. The mesoterminal is repeatedly referred to as a tomb. There is a reference from a small child yesterday. Here, let me see. What I have it written down. Where is it? I wrote it in on Lost World. I can't find I'll have to find that note later. But we know that preservation was responsible for creating the Sphere Endless, and that she gave the Sphere Endless a primary directive. So, yeah, I'm going to go with 100%. Now, the question is, how does preservation continue to exist in this day and age? And the question is, does it exist as themselves some form of endless or a ghost in the machine of Everkeep itself? Are they actual individuals that are present and exist? Do any of them exist in robot bodies akin to what Otis is? A number of possibilities. But there's no question to me that point 2 and point 3 will delve to some degree into preservation. The only way point 2 and point 3 do not delve into preservation is if preservation is actually tied to in some way end up being tied to a broader conflict that goes on beyond the bounds of Dawntrail, which I don't know why it would, other than if they were the inception of theirs was by Dudelphon, Pastrat, Helmera, or Ultima. Even then, though, their history should be tied more to the past than the future. So, no, preservation's going to get in some ways dealt with. Maybe it's in the trial series. Maybe it's in the point 2 or point 3. Maybe it's who can say? But it definitely will. The appearance of Electrope has triggered a profound transformation in Alexandrian medicine. Indeed, it would be no exaggeration to suggest that we are on the cusp of a new epoch. Though it would be premature to dismiss the continued importance of time-honored arts such as herbology and healing magics, you must be aware that any advances made via the application of Electrope are bound to foster new techniques. What's interesting about that is it also means that if there was a solution to Levin's sickness rooted in aetherology, they may or may not be as practiced in normal forms of aetherological healings, be they herbological or magics. They wouldn't be as prepared to deal with them, right? The techniques of stimulating the body with electrical energy to alleviate pain and other conditions has recently garnered a great deal of attention in medical circles. In more practical terms, the abundance of electrical energy means the technique is also attractive from an economic standpoint. However, concerns about the dangers of corporeal etheric imbalance remain, not least among ethereological researchers, many of whom disapprove of the technique. A thorough study into the potential side effects of electrical treatment is clearly warranted. See, that's the thing, is that ambient electrical energies being a negative side effect may be in some may itself be in some way tied to present existence of Levin sickness, because it depends on, for instance, the real Sphene seeming to have succumbed to it. The historical Sphene succumbed to it means that either it's a byproduct of a weapon or large sums of ambient aether. But if it is the byproduct of the weapon, why are people still suffering it today? Clear Scala 4 times now, and I got just about every gear piece except for the 2 I'm after, namely the coat and the trousers of fending. Dude, the coat of fending from Scala is rad, Danny. I feel you. Also, it's kind of hard to say. Clara was a very different society to Burmeshia. That's why they split in the first place. Clara was a more spiritual, which could have lent itself to its more apothecary medical knowledge in Burmeshia, I suppose. Sure, yeah. Did we shut down Disney Castle, the saddest place? Yeah, we already shut down Yesterland AC. That was the last episode. With an etheric imbalance that occurs within the body, a number of issues present themselves. An overabundance of lightning energy can adversely affect the sight and other senses, eventually leading to paralysis. Due to the environmental changes that occurred 400 years ago. Let's write that down for the timeline. Get another example of timeline. Dawn Trail lore, timeline of the Unlost World. Due to the environmental change, good, I've already got it written down. Due to the environmental changes that occurred 400 years ago, Queen Sphene herself reportedly suffered from an imbalance towards lightning energy, ultimately succumbing to her affliction. Perhaps because of this, efforts to establish a viable treatment have historically been approached with a degree of haste. So that's that. I still think Porxies can somewhat alleviate Levin sickness, or at the very least worth considering a potential solution to try. It's absolutely worth considering a potential solution, but it's worth pointing out that the Porxies fundamentally are mainly reattuning the aether of the soul in their magics at present, and not those of the body. Now, maybe they can be altered to be useful in that way, but yeah. Code of Fending is cool, but the casting top from Scala is... V, you're here, right? Is your tanking coat, your top tanking top still the Code of Fending? Ah, excellent timing. I've just returned from my search. Were you able to recover any documents? Medical applications on electrical energy, history of Alexandrian medicine, etheric imbalances systems. Didn't I help you farm for that? Wonderful. These were the last outstanding monographs. I can't begin to thank you enough. The Daguerreau Medical Collection has always been dedicated to archiving and exhibiting the medical history of the entire continent. As well as tomes and treaties, the facility is home to a whole host of artifacts, including old curios and medical automata. Alas, I am now the only remaining archivist, and the doors of the collection have been closed to prevent the ingress of fiends. You strike me as a more recent arrival. I would love to hear what you know of modern medical techniques. Certain conditions still remain incurable. I see. Perhaps you speak of the ill effects of etheric imbalance. It saddens me to hear that no major breakthroughs have been made by your time. The history of medicine is never-ending. An ailment is discovered, a treatment is devised. New techniques lead to new diagnoses, and new diagnoses require new treatments, much like the cycle of rain to river, sea to cloud. Technological progress flows ever onwards. As techniques advance, so too does medicine, and the incurable afflictions of the present are consigned with the past. My duty is to catalog these trials and tribulations that the knowledge may spur the next breakthrough. Nothing could fill me with more pride, which is why I plan to maintain the collection until the very moment I disappear. Please, accept my heartfelt thanks for everything you've done for the Daguerreau Medical Collection. Daguerreau Medical Collection? DMC? Devil May Cry event confirmed? Oh, Daguerreau was on a different continent than Alexandria and FF9, of course. 14 adaptation stuff. Yeah. Well, it's curious, right? Because if the geography of FF... so far, the geography when it came to the first and the source were perfect mirrors. You have to wonder, did Lindblum and Alexandria both exist on Tyrol? In the same... Due to... I mean, the reason I would speculate on that is due to the fact that Tyrol itself is... because of Alexandria when dimensionally fusing over Yasulani. I hope I do have gotten that one twice from the same chest, 2 different runs. Great for later, but not very useful for me right now. Yeah. It took me 50 runs to gain the same top there. Jeezy, crazy, Ray. Weird statement there. Daguerre was a different continent. Yeah, 14 adaptation stuff, probably. Consider the condition of someone like Halric. So long as the patient in question is not too far gone, their soul and mind can be treated. Those afflicted by the Levin sickness should, in theory. That only presumes that Levin sickness operates completely under the same symptoms of light affliction, ambient light affliction, which remember that umbral stasis is a polarity, whereas Levin is an elemental direction, which means we don't know that it operates under the same laws. So yes, the possibility is that if you take someone suffering Levin sickness out of an environment that's highly Levin charged, it may allow them to reassert their baselines. We just don't know yet. Yeah. Relish, good to see, glad to have you. Luna, good to see, glad to have you. Be able to have their etheric imbalance readjusted. Yeah. I wonder if the real Sphene who woke at the end of 7.1 was the only one that has their body preserved. It'd be interesting if the allied queen and other preserved Levin afflicted Alexandria. You're presuming that, Alvin, to be fair, you're presuming that it is Sphene with a body preserved, and not that her soul and memories were preserved within the tomb, and that those soul and memory are not occupying a digital sentry that then is reflecting her persona in the same way that endless Sphene of 7.0 did. The medical collection might have been removed sometime in the Storm Surge. Sure, that's an interesting idea to relish that. As the world was getting worse off, the people were fleeing to Alexandria, and so were those archives met there. Hey, I don't know why we're talking about Clara earlier, but it does get mentioned in one of the side quests here as being a place that exists on the same continent as Alexandria. Woo! Okay, cool. I mean, taking Vagues of distances and orientation into account, I think Lindblom would have been right about where Tuliolal is actually. Yeah, which I have to do a funky map comparison. Definitely do that, Liln. Here's something that supports that. Lindblom in 9 and in 14 apparently did a hunting festival, and Tuliolal does that same festival. So there being some mirroring across reflections would make, as we know, is a thing. Now, we know that there's not always a direct one-to-one spatial comparison, though, at the same time, because unless Ronka ended up in the New World on the first, making sense of Tender Valley and the Yokui dreaming of Ronka in that respect within the confines of Tender Valley would be non-geographically, have a non-strict, not one-to-one, but close to one-to-one geographical relationship, right? There you are. For such a participant, I'll have to pull out all the stops. According to the legend, there are 2 water sources imbued with mystical properties in Canal Town. The first being the fountain right here. They say that there's a mere mouthful is enough to fill you with vim and vigor. Given that the town prides itself on the resort of revitalization, there could be hardly a more fitting fountain. Whether you believe the old tales about its healing waters is another matter. Myths are myths, after all. I hope you aren't too disappointed. Nevertheless, the waters may be decidedly mundane. The font still lives up to its name. Over the years, crowds have flocked to the fountain, invariably leaving soothed and refreshed. For those who display such devotion, perhaps there is something to be gained from a gulp or two. I hope that I have whet your appetite, because another fountain awaits. Come and find me on the eastern side of town. That wasn't the eastern side of town? Well, I guess seeing as the terminal's there, I suppose the eastern side of town would be. That's consistent. Clara's on the same continent as Alexandria and FF9 as well. Yeah. I don't want a mouthful of vim and vigor. That's what she said? Does make me wonder how large Ronka was. Well, seeing as it was a large empire, well, Ronka was incredibly powerful, but now that I think about it, we only find their ruins primarily in Raktika. So if they would have been anywhere else, you would have assumed it would have been whatever the equivalent of Ilsabard is on the first, rather than anywhere else in Eorzea or further west. We'll have to think on that. Excellent. Allow me to continue. You stand before another storied fountain. These waters are said to bring happiness to whoever tosses in a coin. And if you are already blessed with happiness, I'm sure a different wish wouldn't go unanswered. Plenty of folk used to do it just in the days gone by. Are the legends to be believed? Well, there's only one way to find out. Here, take this coin and make a wish. An unadorned, time-worn coin. The type you might expect to see languishing at the bottom of a fountain. I know I ought not to ask, but what did you wish for? The strength to help as many people as I possibly can. I see. It sounds like you have some weighty responsibilities. You know, I've given this tour countless times, but not once have I made my wish myself. And not because I'm poor, scorn, or on the legends or anything like that. I just never got round to it. But thanks to you, I got to finish my tour. To mark the occasion, I think I might just toss a coin in. Now, as for my wish, if I had another chance at life, I'd want to connect with as many people as I could through my job. I feel that. I worked here as a tour guide in my former life too, before it became a home for the endless. Living memory was open to the living, breathing folk seeking relaxation and revelry. Boy, did I guide a lot of people back then. Never tired of sharing my knowledge and hearing visitors' wonderful stories. I suppose that's why I took up the same job as an endless. And I'm proud of that. Proud of staying true to myself. But you didn't come here to hear me harp on about my life. Thank you for sticking with me till the end. I hope you enjoyed yourself as much as I did. Here's hoping our wishes come true. Farewell, my final customer. The MSQ hasn't even started yet! God damn it. Oh, how are we doing on time? Oh, goodbye, you absolute legend of a tour guide. Yeah. Neve, good to see you. Glad to have you. There are literally mentioned the same breed of monster as Zagnel, both Thrall, one in a short story, and Lindblom, one in UA Iwata. Right, good call. Yeah, the short story that just came out yesterday. Good call, good call. Yeah, so there's a lot of parallels being drawn between Lindblom and Tuliolal. You know what? We're honestly, that's like one of the more powerful quests. So I'm gonna say, so I'll say that for now. Remember, territorial extent doesn't also mean the sphere of influence. True, yeah. Toss a coin to your fountain, no memory of plenty. Yeah. Toss a coin to your fountain. I can't remember though. Tempering was always umbral. No, so tempering isn't always umbral. Tempering can be umbral, astral, or elementally aligned. Astral, darkness, astral tempering in this case would be the Asians. What happened with Zodiark. Elemental tempering, think of examples like a Ramu, or think about the drowned in, with the, wow, you know you haven't been doing dungeons a lot lately when you can't remember the name of Sestasha. Yeah, Sestasha hard, right? Those would have been water tempered by Leviathan. And tempering isn't just strictly speaking only elementally aligned in one direction. So for instance, just because you're tempered doesn't mean it's like earth tempering. It's just tempering, but the elemental alignment of the being tempering you affects the influence of the aether that's afflicting your soul and body over multiple temperings in specific too. It's just an Aether current quest. How sad could it be? The quest, yeah. I find living memory to be an oxymoron. The endless are memories, but I can hardly call them living. Their existence, they're just stuck in a moment forever, not living. Living requires change. I would disagree. If they are demonstrated to have emotions. They are just demonstrated to have the capacity for change. They are a existence that is somewhat caught in a moment, in their happiest moments, but they're demonstrated to have the capacity to consent, to say it's okay for us to go, to have still lingering business to remain. I think I would still the endless are living. That would be the thing I would come down on. If you have to ask me, are they living? I would say effectively in all ways that are necessary, I would constitute them as living. The difference is that it's not fully static, but it also can't ever truly be full, and also necessitates the cessation of others' life to continue, right? Endlessly. They're just existing. At some level, aren't we just existing, AC? Aren't we all just here? I guess living as in moving around, yeah. They'd be capable of moving on if they were incapable of... They wouldn't be capable of moving on if they were incapable of change or growth, e.g. actually stuck in a moment. Yeah, see, I agree there. How can she be so carefree about everything? I must say, it saddens me to see the scenery change in our wake. That's a fiery place indeed. I wonder what it's themed upon. That volcano really isn't real, right? All that smoke pouring out just part of the glamour. Bleep bloop. Error. Download complete. User registration confirmed. Dauntless adventurer, I bid you welcome to SL Volcane, the sanctuary of the strong. Fight with the courage and honor, and your legend may resound forevermore in the arena of valor. One, two, three, four, one. Cool. Ugh, it's only illusion. It's only an illusion. Why is this not voiced? Well, what's this now? Don't tell me you're afraid of the lava. Who isn't afraid of lava? That's not an unreasonable thing to be. No, not on your life. It isn't even real, is it? Oh, definitely not. But don't take my word for it. Jump in and see for yourself. No need. I believe you. Yes, yeah, this is from 9. The music. That there is the terminal. You can get it via the caravans and run through the volcano. I'll go on ahead of you and wait for you. Take care on the wildlife now. Here, Erenville. I'll explore alone. You needn't worry. I'll give the wildlife a wide berth. See, like, this is an example to me, like, it's not just that your characters don't even try to talk to him, it's that he holds everyone at arm's length too, which they've shown throughout Dawntrail. I mean, even in Endwalker, but throughout Dawntrail in the short stories for Endwalker itself, here in Dawntrail. I mean, frankly, he's so good at holding people at arm's length that he'd make an amazing tank. Poor Erenville. He's still coming to terms with it. You can hardly blame him. Let's leave him be for now. Come on, let's get moving ourselves. Making that joke and watching as the fucking boos roll in. 10 seconds later is... I'm on 6 completed Scholar runs now. I did get the pants, so there's something. Almost there, Daddy. Would the story really change much if Erenville was a woman? I don't think so, if I think on it. I mean, not really. Shouldn't really change much. I think the zone is perfectly explicit that they are just reliving memory moments and basically stuck in time. Maybe they can change a bit for the moment because interacting with us real people is unusual. I guess the thing, if that's true, V, then that's true for Sphene as well, because Sphene is an endless in the same degree other than having the primary directive. I guess I feel like it's explicit that they are in their happiest moments and effectively a little bit caught in time, but capable of some level of change. I mean, one, Namika being able to, the self-altering in terms of what would be happiest to be able to say her final goodbye. Krau's parents, as we're gonna see. You know, Otis thinking on and wondering on the world beyond. You know, like I don't disagree that they're kind of stuck in. They're not really changing in a macro sense, but I think moment to moment you can see changes, you know? Caleb, good to glad to have you. There was the kid who had seen playing 50 times, presumably in Yesterland, would start its own discussion, read the desirability of shutting the endless off. Sure, yeah. It's only a fraction of the vast expanse that is the area, yeah. It's really funny that they use Flamo El Flamenco here. I mean, it makes sense, it's from 9. I'm not afraid of lava, it's just hot rocks. And a reasonable person who watched Terminator again. If I half expected the Warrior of Light to jump to test it, the changes undergone by the subject are not solely attributed to the elemental alignment, however. Yes. Well, are we talking about the physical changes? Which side of this? Because the physical changes, as described in 5.4, in particular, when they go do their whole deep dive explanation about tempering and how it affects the body. Yeah. Further testing has determined that the subject's soul becomes umbrally charged or stagnant during the process. What's this quote from, Relish? Sorry, I don't see what that was a quote from. They can change the little, though I mean, yeah. What is lava but fire aspected aether? Well, earth and fire, right? It wouldn't just be fire aspected. Shall we go on and have a soak? I was hoping that someone would say something about the lava. An argument could be made, I suppose, that they're stuck in a loop around their happiest moment, sure, but interacting with an outside influence, us, can introduce knowledge of or feeling that disrupts the loop. Sure. I'd definitely say it's true of Sphene. She doesn't seem to have changed. She doesn't have changed ever. I guess maybe we're all talking past each other a little bit here in terms of how much can they fundamentally as an individual change at all? And are they limited to effectively all the emotions they ever were versus the capacity to interact and communicate and adapt to the world to some degree? Like, Sphene can talk to us, can make plans, can rule, can take actions. Krau's parent, Kafkiwa, can be the leader of Oblivion, right? Like, she has the capacity to, like, you know, sentience in that way. Owen's hologram during 5. Okay, so this is the same Owen hologram we're talking about in 5.4. The stagnation of the soul has the effect of diluting the sense of self, rendering the subject vulnerable to the will of the icon, the thoughts of whom can consume their entire existence. Interesting. The subject's soul becomes umbrally charged or stagnant during the process. Interesting. What's interesting about that is that it's interesting because that stagnation was applied by a being of pure astrality in Zodiark's case. So no, good sight of primary sources. Good. Interesting. So even an astral entity would still be attuning the soul umbrally in order to afflict its will upon the individual, even if unintentionally. I suppose that makes sense if the ultimate alteration is rooted in the cause, whatever the being, regardless of the being's aspect, either elemental or polarity-wise. Sure. The mechanical soldiers are as common here as they are in Solution 9. I wonder how long ago they were created. Right, would seem to be a more direct path to the terminal, but I must say, I'm curious about the building on the left. Me too. Okay, so question. Who here went through the volcano before doing, like, anything else? Because I literally got to this and went through the volcano and started reading the slates and went, wait a second. Are these slates saying what I'm thinking they're saying? Looks like we have 2 paths to choose from. I thought I saw Kafkiwa heading left, though. Well, that would seem to be a detour. I must say I'm rather curious about the round building. Well, I'm always up for a scenic route. Let's follow after Kafkiwa and see what the building's about. When I say change, I mean change who they are or their ideals. Sure. I do think Sphene is a strong case in general. I also think she gets to be a weird case because of the degree to which the primary directive prevents that alteration as well. But I would say, to your point, V, I don't think we express any representation of an endless that I can think of, not remembering all the side quests perfectly, that shows an alteration of the fundamental character of that person and ideals. So the capacity to change the self in a broader sense. And seeing as that seems to also be something generally tied to souls and dispositions of souls anyways, that tracks, sure. Yeah. Well, Sphene can't change. She's an artificial construct operating on self-driven programming, but that's wrapped around the memories of the real Sphene to complete the illusion of the real Sphene having been brought back. The friction between the directed programming and Sphene's memories is what provoked the response through Wukulma. Yeah, so, yeah. But when I say it changed, based on how people in Solution 9 describe Sphene, she's basically the same person she has been the entire time. Sure, yeah. I think both Lil and V, both of you guys are right in this sense, because it just depends on what grade what curve we're grading, right? What we distinguish as meaning in this case. Try not to run too far ahead of me. Yeah. Try not to run too far ahead of the MSQ. Yeah. Why do you think the endless can taste food while the living can't? Because they're effectively imagine them like programs in a datascape, whereas we're not consigned to that datascape. Our memories can't be altered. They even explain this. They say because they can effectively alter the endless memory in real time, they can alter it to basically say you tasted X, right? Erenville is elsewhere, of course. A round building with a seating for the spectators. Might this be a fighting arena? Found her! I wonder where Erenville is, if you can find him around or if he's out over there. Well now, look who came all this way. Great minds, as they say. This appears to be a fighting arena. Is it also a recreation of an actual place? In all likelihood, while I don't know the details, I understand such facilities were once common across the land. I'm gonna go with a more southern accent for the Chitonan accent. Also, in the recent short story that came out yesterday, it specifically stated that Erenville had a Yasulani accent when he was a child. So when he was the age of 11. So we know that the Vieran accent he adopts comes later when he left to go abroad. Though it's closed at the moment, even Solution 9 has the Arcadian. It may well be a legacy of the past. Anyways, it seems the next match is about to begin. As I've already spectated my fill, I will move on. But if you ought to head inside for a look. Bit for exploring, but as soon as I started hitting the tablets and reading, I was like, oops, and went back. Yeah. Try not to run too far ahead of the MSQ. Yeah, I did run the volcano ahead of the MSQ in a bit. I was like, oh, I know what's happening next. And V was a little bit ahead of me that day, so she was like, Elio, you need to get to the volcano. This is from FF9 too, isn't it? I know the song. Yes, this is from FF9. Oh! I just realized the Milala using Arcanum and being Arcanist is also actually really important on top of, for all the reasons we're about to discuss. The fact that they're specifically Arcanists is actually really appropriate because of their history and legacy coming from the South Sea Isles. Might not be a big crowd, Ray Ray, but it's a crowd of the only people that matter today.
That rather resembles Arcanima, wouldn't you agree?
Crowd literally points it out.
Indeed. While similar arts could have developed independently across reflections, this verges on being identical.
My devotion. Thanks, Alex.
Is something wrong?
Krile, aren't those your parents? The people from our
What?
memory.
Do we know each other from somewhere?
Come on, dear!
Oh, I'm sorry, but I must be going.
Wait, please!
You're new here, I gather. It may seem strange at first, but give it time. You'll grow accustomed to it soon enough.
No, I'm not. Rather, I'm, Oh, what can I say?
Oh, Cryle.
Of course. This earring. Do you recognize it?
Impossible.
My name is Cryle. When I was a baby, I was taken from this world to another, where I grew up without knowledge of my past. I know not how much time has passed for you, and, things may not be as you expect them to be, but I'm here now. I found my way back. This earring, it contained a code with which I was able to reopen the gate. And I did, and I'm here. And...
Could it be as she claims?
She's not lying. I can tell. And there is no mistaking the earring. Oh.
Lalafell hugs!
How you've grown, my darling daughter.
Someone finally hugged a Lalafell.
it has been 20 years.
Yes, names. I'm Robor, and this is Alila, your mother.
Robor and Alila.
Doubtless, we have a mountain of questions for each other, but perhaps we can take this somewhere quieter? The Heat Wells, for instance. There's a spot there where we can relax and chat.
My heart, yeah. Well, they're arcanists. They don't get scholars. Screw it, yeah. It's probably in the hill. Imagine Krau's parents spending their days stuck as they were, and their fine parents and newborn often wishing they had time with her, also mulling over the regrets of preservation. I would lump Sphene in with the rest of the Endless. She seems to have been heavily tampered with by preservation. Not seems to. We have direct evidence that she was, yeah. So you're definitely right there. So whether Sphene can change might be irrelevant. Yeah, Sphene's a weird case. I would say Sphene. I would say what relish. Well, you can't, because the intersection of preservation's temperament makes it much more difficult to tell. It seems like all the point, I think it was V that just made, that everything about her seems to have been static in the representation of that individual affected by preservation's sense. Still, I think alludes to the idea that there's a staticness to this Endless. Yeah. Everyone's totally random, but I just realized I want a minion that's a field of Elpis flowers and works like a pillow so you can just set it down. Oh, what if it was an accessory or an emote? Like, imagine if you, like, there was an Elpis flower, you know, like how there's the statues? Imagine if there was, like, an Endsinger statue, and the emote that it came with was a field of Elpis flowers, like, bloomed around you. Let's go somewhere quieter. Like, for example, somewhere near an active volcano. Yes, feed. Yeah. She's feeding a yarn, yeah. Ooh, Elpis emote, please. Yeah, see, there we go. There we go, yeah. To think Kra would actually meet her parents. Miracles really do happen here. I'm happy for Cryo. Could it be that the system orchestrated this reunion as well? Forgive me. This is all so much to take in. I'm struggling to collect my thoughts. Alright, I feel a little calmer now. I thought myself prepared for the possibility, but to actually come face to face with my parents was overwhelming. And having been parted from them as an infant, I'm not sure how to behave. Take your time. After everything that has happened, you deserve to do so. You have many things to say to one another. Now you can say them. Indeed, this is a meeting to be cherished. Just do what comes natural, eh? Thank you, everyone. I'll make the most of our time together. Black Flame, good to see you, glad to have you. Use theme might be right around baby. Like an y'all with the puns today. I don't need another thing to covet for emotes. That's true, Althea, yeah. Instead, okay. I emphatically am of the opinion that all statue emotes should be, at worst, sold as a timed exclusive. And then after a year or two, go on the market board for 20 bucks or something. Or like once they stop selling the statues, after a period of time, they start selling the emotes. Like it's stupid. The FOMO's stupid. It's stupid. Via, is there any update on the Omega statues, by the way? It's a fake volcano, but you can in fact hear loud lava splashes. Oh, there you go. That's true. It's entirely faked, in fact. True, but yeah, just find the speakers and unplug them. Easy fix. Yes, the volcano speakers. I believe in 6 impossible things before breakfast. Count them out. Yes. What comes naturally? What follows is incredibly awkward, but relatably so. Yes. Yes. I love what, yeah. Well, it's not an emote, but I do wish Eden's mount special action was an entire 5-minute long cutscene of Eden doing eternal that you couldn't move once you pressed it. You're all our daughter's friends, yes? Thank you for bringing her to us. That we should meet our daughter again here of all places. You could carve the attention with a knife. Let's keep an eye on things for now. Oda Blue, good to see you, glad to have you. Didn't pay attention to this line. The system could have planned the meetings, but they could distinctly. The party do deactivate more nodes. Yeah. I want my damn carbuncle. You know, I don't want Limsa full of floating naked people. Regular naked people is just fine. Thanks. Yeah. Yeah. Infinite and Lil over here making plans for the volcanoes. Yeah, this scene is so. These coming up scenes are so human. It's such a strange feeling to be reunited with you beyond death. Your companions, what are they called? Oh, I had completely forgotten to introduce them. Over here is Wuklamat, vow of resolve of Tulialal. Besides her is Grahatia, my colleague in the students of Baldesian. And this is Elio, an adventurer, though that hardly does him justice. He's the most dependable of friends to whom I owe my life. See, this is okay not to voice if you really want to have them talk about the Warrior of Light, right? Like, this scene, I get why it's not voiced. My word, we clearly have a great deal of thanks to give, don't we, dear? Oh, yes. Yes, we do. Our heartfelt gratitude to you all. Not the smoothest of beginnings, is it? I mean, is it really? Gravity says, but is it really that awkward? If only we had some sheep-brook people to ease the way, am I right? I mean, it wasn't that awkward. Wait, that's not a bad idea. Hey, are you hungry? We could bring you something to eat if you like. Oh, thank you, but we're fine. You know it's quite hot here by the springs. Something cold would be lovely. Understood. We'll fetch you all treats that could help you cool off. I wouldn't want to bother, but... Think nothing of it. This is what friends are for. Thank you. We should look forward to the cool treats, then. I mean, if you want a carbuncle minion, right? I mean, all you have to do is... do I have this on Elio? Isn't... No, maybe Stuffed Carbuncle isn't a minion. Maybe Stuffed Carbuncle's only furniture. Thank you, Elio. We look forward to seeing what you bring. You're very considerate. I feel like a bundle of nerves. Oh. I mean, floating can make it seem more like the game just had a glitch than being absolute degeneracy. 1, we cross worlds regularly. We kill gods and monsters regularly. We save the world regularly. 4, we find a way to meet people beyond death. 5, we get people to move literal mountains. 6, we can make it through the zone in spite of the emotional damage and pull the plug. Yeah. I wonder if we can taste the food here. Can we feel the heat in the volcanoes? I would bet you no. I bet you if you touch it, that the heat of the volcano would, because it's a projection of the glamour from the electrope, that it would not be felt by us in the same way that we do not taste things. That would be my guess. As we learned, good food brings people together, even sworn foes. That was well conceived, Wuglamat. Just putting what I learned in Yacht L to use. If I had to mention a potential problem, however, it's that the food here tastes like nothing to the living. Seriously? I had no idea. Still, it appears to be perfectly enjoyable for the endless. I'm going along with the idea. Kral likely understands this. It may not instantly break the ice, but I'm hopeful that it will help to thaw it. So, shall we split up and look for what Layla requested? Something cold, ironically. This is supposed to be a special moment, so I say we go with the best treats there is. One that'll leave an impression. The locals ought to be able to recommend something. If you want to ask people near the Aetherite, Elio, Grahatia and I will do the same elsewhere. Floating Lalafell. This is the life. I'll not deny my works as the courier was fulfilling, but look around. We have everything we could ever want here. A bit too deep for me, perhaps. What do you mean? You could definitely stand tall on the bottom. I wish you could, like, dive under the water here. Oh, it's a lazy river. Oh. It'd be really cute that if, like, you did, like, the float here, if, like, it actually sent you around as you went. Like, it actually pushed you around. Floating Lalafell equal boiling potatoes. Gosh, I wish we could recreate this area, but actually make it real. Question. Oh, Deirdre! Welcome to the Eorzean Archives. Oh, speaking of, if anybody wants to join our FC, we have an FC over on Crystal Curl and is welcome to anyone and everyone who'd like to join. On top of that, if you would like to move your character over, we also have some money stored for a fund to do so. Not unlimited funds. The Ruby Sea map has an active volcano too, along with the 100-story tower. Yeah, with Heaven on High. Nobody seems to be bothered by either of those. I mean, Hell's Lit is dangerous and seen as such, to be fair. Floating, that would be nice to have a working lazy river here. I played dead in the lazy river when talking to Rydia through the zone. She wasn't amused. Aw. I look away for one moment and she goes off and buys another ice cream cone. What if I wanted one too? Oh, hey, it's Ray Ray. I imagine if me and Ray Ray went to an amusement park, that's the sort of banter. Oh no, we lost someone. Probably it was just an alt. How do I... Oh, I can just run through here, okay. But yeah, if you want to go to somewhere like this, Disney World is not that different to Living Memory, to be fair. Oh, it's just Vizal. Oh, thank God. Look, I like having people to talk to in the FC, okay? It makes me happy every day when I see people on playing, even if I'm not very chatty. Ooh, after a long hot soak like that, I'm gonna need a Gold Star ice cream. What, you don't know a Gold Star ice cream? It's only the most popular treat in Aslael Volcane. Well, it's a little tricky to tuck into. You can't come here and try it. There's a stall just to the southwest, so you have no excuse. Jessica, good to glad to have you. Knott's Berry Farms, funnel cakes, and fried chicken. Ooh. Yeah. I'm also convinced that the patches will have us make this place for the living again. If not in an Allied Society quest relish, or for the people who are existing in the Ninth Reflection, even who might still be living there, Living Memory as a map is gonna get used for in some way. Yeah. In the patches, 100%. 100%. I don't know if it's custom delivery. I don't know if it's I don't know if it's the MSQ itself. I don't know how, but it will happen. The only thing dangerous about Hydaelyn's lid is running in with sprouts. Oh, awesome. Thank you, V, because in case more people want to join Crossworld Link Show. Ah, okay. Finally, after 9 runs of Skull. Good job, Denny. When everyone's favorite ice cream flavor. My favorite ice cream flavor, okay, hear me out. It's boring as shit, but a really good vanilla. And I mean like frozen custard from like Michael's Frozen Custard in Wisconsin. Like a real, like not just like vanilla ice cream, but like a really good plain vanilla can be amazing. But in general, things like cookies and cream, chocolate cookie dough, moose tracks, real good. Cold treat that will leave an impression? That's a difficult one. Sail Volcane is home to fighters, so the food here is mostly the hearty and the failing kind. Oh, right? Wait, there's a popular stall to the southwest that might just have what you're after. Well, why don't you go take a look? What snack to have today? Oh, you want a recommendation for something tasty and cold? This stall doesn't have that sort of thing, I'm afraid. But speaking of something cold, I could use an iced drink with my snack. I think I'll get a coffee. Actually, a tea might be better, or even a lemonade. But I can't go past a beer. Yes, let's make it a white beer today. Saying a cold drink and then saying coffee is the most Japanese thing I've heard of. I want to see what these guys are saying. Maybe. There's definitely really great vanillas out there. I do like a really good vanilla. See? Green tea ice cream or pistachio. We regularly change our offerings, you see. But those were my favorite! Oh man, I feel that. Like when they got rid of the good chicken noodle soup at Panera. I don't like matcha, but I love the people who do love matcha, and I appreciate their enjoyment of matcha. And the amount of people I know who love matcha and pistachio is rather high, so I have to assume there's some sort of corollary there. Stracciatella? What the hell is that, Denny? Oh, what? You're gonna have to explain that one to me. Favorite ice cream? Anything fruity or with brownies in it. Yeah. Favorite ice cream depends on the mood, but in general can't go wrong. Probably cookie dough. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, is chocolate chip cookie dough is always gonna be a good time. Let's be real, even your favorite ice cream is yes. People who choose pure vanilla give the same vibe to the kind of people who pick Human Knight with Sword and Shield. Okay, you can't call me out as playing Paladin and eating vanilla ice cream as my favorite flavor in one go, Infinite. That's not fair. That's not fair, just because you're right. Pralines and cream with caramel. I don't know what that is. You'll have to explain that one to me, Jessica. French vanilla is quite nice. Nothing wrong with an unadulterated pure simplicity. True. I'm curious how you'd like the new Defunct Land video. It's something interesting. Parallels the theme's living memory. Is that the new robotics one? I definitely need to check that out. Good vanilla is so nice. Yeah, although favorite strawberry or rainbow. See, I don't like any fruity ice cream. I can deal with like orange sherbet, but I'm just not. Don't give fruit. So you're here too. Everyone I spoke with recommended the Gold Star ice cream. Those colorful balls stacked on top of each other. That'd be the ice cream I'd take it. I can see the appeal, but it's going to be hard to deliver it intact. We need 3 servings, so let's get Graha to help carry one. You're talking to a transportation expert. You mean you can do it alone? Well, there does seem to be a vessel for carrying 3. Are you sure about this? Yeah. Look, I've carried boxes larger than me before. This would not be the weirdest thing. Well, okay, great. They're definitely safer in your hands than mine. I'll go and tell Graha everything's taken care of. See you back at the springs. Good coffee ice cream. If I liked coffee more, I'd probably be more into that. We were enjoying ourselves in the hot springs, but then my son here got lightheaded. We'll be heading back after a little break and perhaps a little ice cream. Like, to further conversation too about being somewhat stuck, right? Not just being in your happiest moment, but if you're ever with your father, right? If you're a child with your father and it's your happiest moment, you can never grow past that. You're always static in that state. And you may be able to learn things, you may be able to some change, but that macro state of being is caught, right? So there is like, there's a way in which the endless are unchanging and a way in which they're changing. Like both are technically true, right? Hello there. Would you care for a famous Gold Star ice cream? I would. 3 actually. All right, 3 servings coming right up. Here you are. You'll want to be quick so it doesn't melt, but also careful so it doesn't collapse. Good luck and enjoy. I want Gold Star ice cream. It looks so good. We could, you know what? I wonder if that could also be in Encyclopedia Eorzean Volume 3. Or Volume 3, oh my god. In the cookbook Volume 2. That's what I'm trying to say. YouTube site notification being informed new videos released by creator you like is for chumps. Yeah, it do be like that. I've always down for cookie dough. Yeah. It's basically regular flavorless milk ice cream with chocolate chips stirred into it. Huh. That sounds rad. Yeah, me and my fruit hatred. It's caramelized nuts with vanilla base and caramel Swiss. Ooh, that sounds good. Although I'm getting green tea ice cream, I'm at a teppanyaki place. Yeah. Great way to go. Great way to get that. I'll say the nice thing about matcha ice cream is very easy to make at home because you just can get matcha powder and literally just mix it into vanilla. Best ice cream isn't actually ice cream. It's Culver's frozen custard. V gets me. Endlesses are basically NPCs when you think about it. Yeah. There's a similar one in my mom's favorite ice cream, baseball nut from B&R. That is raspberry. Ooh. Other than the raspberry originals, because fuck fruit. I love that the thing is getting you guys to talk more than almost anything I've ever said in chat is about ice cream. Des, good to see you. Glad to have you. Well, I'm glad I have not seen that one then, if it ruined the moment for you. Goodness me, what an amazing looking treat. Thank you so much, Elliot. I mean, now I should probably see after the we gotta get a Volume 2 cookbook after Dawn Trail. It's gotta happen. Ice cream stream.
Never did we imagine that such a reward awaited us. Isn't that so, Robor?
Yes.
Okay, that does feel a little bit like I'm not. I don't know, man.
Oh, don't mind your father. Like me, he's still getting used to seeing you all grown up.
It's funny. Okay, there's a really cool symmetry here that I don't think we focused on. The symmetry of the fact that, remember, we watched everyone else be all grown up when we entered Alexandria, right? We got to be on the other side of this of still being young, watching everyone having aged multiple decades. This is the first time we're experiencing the inverse, right? That we're the ones who have grown old while someone else was static.
This is just excruciating.
It's not that bad.
Yes, well, a 20-year blank is not so quickly filled.
I look, maybe I'm just used to awkward, like life being awkward. Or maybe there's something going on with like a difference in delivery or between like cultures or something. I don't feel like it's that. I mean, other than her dad being like kind of a little bit off put, it's not that bad, is it? Am I crazy? Do you guys think this is like really awkward? I guess that they're just not just like my daughter, like so happy and stuff.
Even so, there's got to be something we can do.
You know, I think I might have an idea.
Oh? Raha to the rescue yet again. You simply adopted the cringe. I was born in it, molded by it. Look, you guys have seen how earnest I can be in videos and the way I can get mocked online because of that. We all know I can be, as the kids would say, cringe in my sincerity.
Raha?
Imagine just showing that to someone out of context for their like pitching Final Fantasy to someone and just showing that nothing else.
What is he doing?
Nom, 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 nom.
Mm. Oh, you needn't force yourself.
It doesn't taste of anything to the living, surely.
I like that they're smart enough to have figured that out. Probably because they were part of creating the system, I guess.
No, it's delicious. I mean it. I've never tasted anything so good.
It really does taste so much better when we're all together.
Yes, indeed.
I'm suddenly craving dessert. How about you?
Look, at least it's not spicy, right? Mikote and Hetsaru don't like spicy.
Truly, we've never felt so happy in all our lives. We don't know how to thank you. But at the very least, we can give you some answers. You've risked so much and come so far from them after all.
Tis our understanding you are researching a power called interdimensional fusion. Will you tell us about it?
Do tell, Relish.
To begin at the very beginning, there is a legend passed down by our people, the Milala. In the distant past, we abided in a different world. Our homeland was a paradise of eternal summer. The flowers were always in bloom. Until, that is, a great calamity turned the very seas to ice. As those around them froze to death, our ancestors looked to a mighty relic for salvation. By its power, they opened a portal and used it to flee to another reality.
The key is none other than that relic, and it has been in the safekeeping of our people since time immemorial.
Yes. When lightning threatened this world, we attempted to use the key to flee again, like our ancestors once did. Alas, no matter what we tried, we couldn't invoke its power. We had all but given up when Preservation approached us with an offer of partnership.
Okay, so they were already doing their own research before.
Desperate as we were, we accepted their help, only to later discover their ulterior motive.
Interesting. So
to
they weren't...
plunder other worlds of ether.
So they had this same conception that...
Seeking to frustrate their plans, we defected from the Order. And as their agents closed in on us, we seized control of the prototype gate and activated it.
What followed you already know. We sent our daughter and the key through the portal, entrusting them to the men we encountered. You were born with an unusual gift, you see. Upon learning of it, Preservation sought to subject you to experiments.
An unusual gift. The echo, I dare say.
Our people, the Milala. Are there any ways I might learn more about them?
Well, luckily we have a volcano for that right
There
over here.
are, such as visiting the cavern inside the volcano. Our ancient homeland has been recreated there. While it's intended to serve as an entertaining diversion, it ought to teach you a thing or two about our history and traditions.
May we go there? Selfish though it may be, I should love to learn of my ancestors. Of them. And of the legacy my parents entrusted to me.
Of course, Kyle.
Sure, by all means. As it happens, it's on the way to our destination.
Okay, I'm gonna start a poll. Please no meme answers on this one. Genuinely, I'm asking this. Who predicted that the South Sea Isles was gonna be important lore for Dawn Trail? I always come to the dark thought about Kral's prayer. They wanted to delete themselves, so they were forced uploaded. Clearly, they were uploaded without their consent once preservation dealt with them, or maybe they died of natural causes. Then they can't delete themselves, right? But if we read the lines, the key is none other than those around the frozen death. Until the great calamity turned the battery seas to ice, those around them froze death, our ancestors looked the mighty relic for salvation by its power to open a portal, use it to flee to the reality. The key is none other than that relic. It has been in the safekeeping of our people since time immemorial. Yes, when lightning threatened this world, we attempted to use the key to flee again, like our ancestors once did. But alas, no matter what we tried, we couldn't evoke its power. We had all but given up when preservation approached us with an offering of partnership. Despite desperate as we were, we accepted their help, only to later discover their ulterior motive to plunder other worlds of Aether. See, this makes it sound like I think preservation is tied to one of the Ascians, just even on that alone. Seeking to frustrate their plans, we defected from their order, and as their agents closed in on us, we seized control of the prototype gate and activated it. What followed, you already know. We sent our daughter, yeah. Like, I don't need Ascians to be further part of the story necessarily, but I feel like everything about preservation from a historical standpoint of why it came to be sounds to me like a part of a scheme that was intended to be part of a rejoining and then also potentially using the technology to even further their goals elsewhere. Remember what I was saying was about the game, a lot of experimenting with it previously and such. Yeah, exactly. I've had milk on soft serve ice cream, so we can still talk about it. To be fair, I'd forgotten there was a line of dialogue supporting my line of theory, though. Yeah, this just further makes me think that the Milala's ancient home was some version of Olivert. Yeah. If I had a nickel for every time Kral was or would have been subjected to experiments, it would have 2 nickels, which isn't much, but it's not that happened twice. We ever told the Scions that we did in disbanding the Endwalker, like our Criterion Dungeon escapades? Probably. I wouldn't be surprised if we mentioned it, but we don't. There's no real way to say. We throw a version in there. Where's Eorzean? It is not recreated well. It is only 2 routes compared to the 12 routes of the original homeland. Who among the Scions are virgins? That's you guys can speculate on that one. There's no way I could have known. Yeah, Eorzean, Scion of the obvious missed signals. Yeah, you wouldn't believe it. Sorry, Infinite, what was that to restaurant too? I wasn't aware of Aloe Island until after I finished Dawn Trail. So yeah, that'll do it, Alex. I'm still of the opinion the key is our rightful inheritance. I don't know why you would think it's our rightful inheritance by any means. I mean, you could make an argument that maybe it's Kral's rightful inheritance, but I don't know why you would in any way argue it's ours, other than it being maybe just because of the magics of a Zem permeate it doesn't mean that it's ours to inherit. I don't think so. We might be the right and proper person to hold on to it, but I don't think we are do it. Does this mean Alexandria has an early echo detection? It means that they at the very least had some awareness of, well, I mean, it's just unique abilities, right? Like Kral demonstrated some form of unique ability, and they may or may not have had a sense for what exactly that was. Doubly so if your Warrior of Light's Lalafell. Oh, okay, sure, yeah. Moonbrita had it so bad, yeah. Okay, for those of you who said yes, you knew South Sea Isles was going to be part of the Dawn Trail, how? Like, I don't necessarily, what I mean by that is not how, what is my question here? Were you just thinking, oh, this might show up? Like, and be honest. I'm talking, Elio, that I feel that the Speaker of Lore would definitely be touched again. I just didn't know where in Dawn Trail. Yeah, I bet, oh, with side content. Okay. You wouldn't believe it. W so if your word lies a little. Okay, I have not recreated well. I've only 2. Yeah. Okay. I follow. So there's a fellow introverted, off-tunnel vision nerd. I feel you, Jessica. There's a reason that Eorzean's my fave. Well, he's one of my fave, but he's often my fave. They went really well. And you, Elio? Your sense of balance is something else. Though it had no taste, the ice cream was a treat for the eyes. I'm glad it served to ease the tension. Elio, Raha, Lamashi. With your help, I was able to not only bond with my parents, but know the joy of sharing a meal with them besides. For that, and so much else, I thank you. Let's get that. Oh, no, I want skill speed. Wait, actually, you know what? Since I have this armor now, a clip-in we will go. Do I have... I'm about to do this so wrong. For those of you who understand what I'm doing, I apologize. For those of you who don't worry about it. Oh, you want to meme Elio? My Viper recast is 2.0. Jesus Christ. On a pancake. How did they get Jesus Christ on me? I voted no. I only knew it was going to be important after Galuf said it. Galuf says it? Does he say it in Eureka? Oh, you mean when he mentions it in... Yeah. So no. I definitely picked it up when... No. When he says it in... When the gate's opening and he nods to the Arcanima. 100%. Then I was like, wow. Wait. Is Aloe Island gonna be relevant? And then not only was it relevant, but it was even more relevant than I could possibly imagine. Stat breakpoints? Who needs those? Those are for squares. Okay, just doing the main stats will be fine. I don't need to worry about doing the accessories for now. If I was smart, I would have done that before stream. As my parents told us, the cavern inside the volcano is a place for learning about the Milala's ancient homeland. But I'm hoping it'll yield other information as well, namely information on preservation. The scientists who were researching the interdimensional fusion. Prior to that, created the Endless. As living memories likely also their creation, I expect they would carefully curate details concerning themselves, but I wish to keep an eye out nonetheless. I'm all for it, of course. Seeing as the key once belonged to Milala, it couldn't hurt to learn about them. Right then, let's head inside. It's also interesting how little information there is on preservation, which kind of to me implies they may have deleted themselves as much as possible from their people's memories and awareness. Yeah. Phil Ull's thoughts on the Warrior of Light's inventory. Yeah. 2.8 isn't that much more than Vapor. Yeah. What's your final recast? Currently, my final recast is 2.41 at the moment. I'm guessing that there's not a lot of skill speed on... Yeah, there's no skill speed on the main Viper armor. This place looks has the look of an ancient ruin, but I suppose it's an illusion as well. Also, there's going to be some interesting FF9 stuff coming up. Lillian, if you want to explain the ancient civilization that we were talking about, why am I forgetting their name? Not Oliver. What are they? The people with their souls in the faces. So this is how it is in here. The panel containing information about the Milala. It's very much like the museum. Panel 1. The panel bears information on the history of the Milala. In the distant past, the Milala abided in peace upon the Isle of Eternal Summer. Winter never visited that bountiful land. The flowers ever bloomed in all the colors of the rainbow. But such idyllic days did not last, for just when it seemed the westerly wind had turned cold, the seas suddenly froze over. From the fish in the water to the birds in the sky, all the animals soon perished. This unnatural weather continued with seemingly no end, and one by one the Milala fell under the death toll, until the death toll was beyond counting. Those who lived still could do naught but pray as they huddled together for precious warmth. The Milala are the keepers of a mighty relic passed down through the ages. While it has the appearance of a crystal, by whose hand it was wrought is unknown. When a great calamity froze their isle, the speaker, then their spiritual leader, fervently prayed to the relic for salvation. In answer to their prayers, the relic opened for them a golden path, one that shone like the light of dawn, and through it they fled unto a new land. Since ancient times, the Milala have excelled in calculations. By using formulae and figures to represent all natural phenomena, they had succeeded in devising a unique system of magic. This gift proved invaluable in their new homeland, where they employed their calculations to etch arcane circuits upon the ore which later became to be known as Electrope. Through this ingenious technique, Electrope was transformed into a tool that could not only store lightning, but convert it into energy of any element. Which is, the metaphysics of that one is wacky to me still. I'd be curious to see, I'd better understand how that functions. Maybe you can convert aether that's aspected one direction into other aethers, but it's added energy loss. That would make sense. That could be a possibility. Also, I love how much like literal 2.0 lore is being used. Like 2.0 stuff that has been built on is fundamental to 7.0. It's great. The panel bears information. Esteemed for their excellence in the study of electrope, the Milala were favored by the rulers of many a nation. Some among them have attempted to invoke the power of their ancient relic to return to their homeland, but their efforts were to no avail. Never again has the golden path opened that allowed their ancestors to flee to safety. Eventually, the relic came to be forgotten, and some now question whether it ever actually existed. God damn it, AC. Lalafells are such smarty pants because they're tiny, so they gotta be. Quite a mystical atmosphere in here. Is this what the Milala homeland was like? Ding ding, correct. What's going on? The ancient homeland of the Milala people is recreated here in exacting detail, thanks to the marvel of electrope. The scale alone has been adjusted in order to accommodate folk of all proportions. But I have neglected to introduce myself. I am the guide for this facility, the steps of the speaker. It shall be my pleasure to assist you as you embark upon your educational journey. I don't think I did it too. Sorry. There's even a guide. How considerate. All right then. As we wander around, is there something we do not understand? We'll be certain to ask you. Bzzzt, incorrect. Visit to our facility take the form of a quizzed tour. So the correct answer is to follow the instruction of your guide. That's yours truly. Sounds like a pain in the ass. I'm sure it'll be both enlightening and entertaining. Let's have them guide us. Very good, madam. I have registered the 4 of you as visitors. Please proceed through yonder passageway to the chamber beyond. In lieu of starting a war, how does everybody feel about mint ice cream? Because I fucking hate mint in my food. Don't put mint in my food. Candy cane's about the farthest I can go. And I feel like I'm going to be a heathen, and yet again, Elio strikes with his unpopular food feelings. I love mint ice cream. Oh no. Son, good to see, glad to have you. Oh, okay. Oh no, it looks like, oh, it looks even in the, oh, okay. Oh no, what have I done? Also, Des, good to see you, glad to have you. Relick the like button. Yes, don't forget to like the like button. Speaking of, if any of the mods who are currently up, if you want to throw in some of the bitty bobs. Judging by the elaborate decorations, this place was of import to Milala. Is that pattern a Milalan motif? It's a sun. The wall is illuminated. It's so beautiful. If I may have your attention, you stand within the shrine of the Milala, a migrant people who roamed until they found a new land to call their home. According to folklore, they originally hailed from a paradise of eternal summer. Alas, they had no choice but to abandon it when a great calamity froze the very seas. The speaker, their spiritual leader, guided them to safety, and she is enshrined here with the sacred relic she wielded. In this place, they performed rituals dedicated to the dream that one day they might return to their ancestral home. A sacred relic? That must have been the key used to initiate an interdimensional fusion. Interdimensional fusion? If such a word, wondrous power existed, I can only imagine what great feats it could be used to achieve. Now then, it is time for our history quiz. Ugh, here we go. There are 4 braziers in this room, each of which is accompanied by a panel bearing a statement. If you believe the statement is true, then you must light its brazier by operating the panel. Simple? Yes? Without further ado, please nominate a representative among you and begin. If there's no objections, let us have Elio do the honors. Go on and take a look at the panel, my friend. Long ago, our people dwelled in an isle of eternal summer, where the flowers ever bloomed. Yet eternity did not last, for a calamity turned the bounteous waters to barren ice. Lit. The fact that they go out of their way to make sure you understand these pieces of lore is fascinating, because while super fucking important from a historical standpoint, like, don't get me wrong, is it that necessary to understand the finale of 7.0? No, which makes me suspect that this information is going to continue to be relevant not only here, but in the point X batches and possibly beyond. I mean, the key is going to be relevant for literally the next 8 years of the game, I bet. Like, the key is going to be a linchpin to, like, the next few major arcs in some way or another. Praying fervently upon the sacred relic, the speaker opened a portal through which our people fled. However, she alone had to remain behind in order to sustain the power. False. Owing to our innate gift in arcane in calculations, we Milala not only transformed Electrope into a miraculous tool, but excelled in its study besides. As such, despite originally being outsiders, we were favored by the rulers of many nations. When lightning threatened the world, we Milala turned our relic once more. Invoking its power, we opened a portal and returned to our ancient homeland. False. Remember, you must light the braziers whose statements you believe are true. Are you ready to answer for your answers to be judged? Sure. Very well, let the judging begin. You have answered correctly, and your very first attempt besides. Amazing. Great work, Elio. I know you could do it. Taken at face value, the information here would suggest that Milala had simply migrated from a distant land. But we know better. We are aware of the existence of shared worlds, umbral calamities, and interdimensional fusion. For an event that froze the seas, the fifth umbral calamity comes to mind. That which ushered in the age of endless frost. This is why I like Final Fantasy XIV too, because the more you deeply engage and learn about the lore, the more you'll be paid back in kind, because everything really pretends to come back in some way, small or large, and is used, and you never know what it's gonna be, so it's all worth learning, you see. Yeah. Continuing on. And legend holds that during that age, the entire population of the South Sea Isles vanished overnight. The art of Arcanima, too, traces its roots to the calculations of the South Sea Islanders. While we cannot outright conclude that these people were the Milala, there are at least enough points of similarity to support the theory. If you have mused to your satisfaction, let's move to the next chamber. Another quiz awaits. Elio Lorehead freestyle. How many of these quizzes are there? Here, let me pull up Oliver real quick to make this point. FF9 Olivert. I'm gonna need these images for later anyways. Yeah, I'm gonna need the faces. Yes. So I don't think it's a 1-to-1 because it's the spiral instead of a sun. But here, let me show you some of the patterns that show up in Oliver. If you look at, like, for instance, this guy, and here, let me show. So Oliver is a location in Final Fantasy IX. Lil, or someone who's played 9, if you'd like to do a lowdown on that in the chat, even if it takes you a couple sentences, feel free. First off, one of the images for, oh, that's way too small. Let me just pull this up instead. You can see this guy. See, this is clearly hearkening onto, while the sun pattern is a different pattern, you'll notice that the stonework is very similar to this. It's not, again, not 1-to-1, but it is very much like clearly an echo. The other important thing is going to be in a second is you'll notice that you talk to these faces, which are basically stone faces that house, okay, I'm oversimplifying, effectively kind of house the souls of the people of Oliver from long ago. Sun motif is interesting given the fact that they had the artifact. Very strange. Well, the sun is interesting because, right, because of its association with Azem. It's interesting because of its specific association with the South Sea Isles and the land of eternal, you know, summer, right? Like, there's multiple associations going on there. Unexpected Elio song, yeah. Huzzah, the anthem of my fellow lore people. The world building is so dang cool in this game, yeah. And it really does pay you back dividends the more you choose to engage with it. Mitzelk did mention the forgotten people of the South Sea Isles, so it was obvious in hindsight. Yeah, that would pop back up, yeah. Some motif is interesting, yeah. And the golden cities of the New World. Well, there's only so much to say about Oliver itself. All you're really told about it in FF9 is that it is capable of an extremely advanced ancient civilization that was wiped out. Yeah. This is interesting for a number of reasons, because the question is, what is this exactly? Because if this is a star, right? If this is the star, if this is supposed to be Aetheris or the ninth reflection, why does it have 3 orbiting bodies? If it is only one of these is meant to be the ninth reflection, I mean, okay, there's the sun, maybe that makes sense, but still doesn't explain the other 3 orbiting bodies. Dyson sphere? Yeah. How often does FF use ancients as a plot device in the stories? 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, kind of 8, 9, 10, not really 11. No, Zellar, yeah, 11, 12, 13, 14, kind of 15. If you go talk about like the ancient lineage of Noctises, not necessarily ancient peoples, a little less 15, 16 definitely, almost all of them. Maybe 3 or so that doesn't. But also, so if you look at these guys, these masks, these are the same as the masks in Oliver, so it's called back to that. Yeah. It can be a depiction of the Mallow. Remember the original star, and by the star I mean star, not planet star. Sure, yeah. FF loves precursors. It sure does. I mean, science fiction in general loves its precursors. What's with all these massive faces? What could these masks represent, I wonder? Also, yeah, and if I didn't say 16, Denny, absolutely 16. There appears to be a few expressions for these masks. Also, please avoid saying the answers to those ancient places for the different games, as some of them are active spoilers. We have come to the most magnificent location in the museum. While it is known as the Speaker's Rest, everything else remains a mystery. No one knows what purpose is served, not even the Milala themselves. That's rather curious. Isn't it, though? Some have suggested that this place is purely the creation of the facility's designer, and it didn't actually exist in the Milala homeland. It is generally believed, however, that the adornments upon the wall are masks that represent the emotions of men. And that brings us to the final quiz. The question is simple. How many types of masks are there? It's the last one already? Huh. Something tells me this is not going to be as simple as it sounds. Please take all the time you require. I shall be here when you are ready with the answer. Okay, so let's count. 1, 2, so those are different. That's not different. Okay, so there's only 2 different types there. 3. 4. I only see 4. 3? The answer is 3, I think. Definitely not. Wait, what? Ah, God, I keep losing track. I might have to borrow a brush from Cryo. Oh, a brush. I thought she like a paintbrush. I thought she meant like a hairbrush. Mask representing emotions. This is just a thought, but if emotions and memories are intrinsically bound, could they be the Milala's way of expressing the different faces of living memory? Emotions and memories, a way of remembering their dead, sure. So many kinds of masks are there. Have you determined the answer? I'm gonna go with 4. So your answer is 4. How about everyone else? Seriously? I thought it was 6. Like Elio, I also believe it is 4. As do I. The correct answer is 4. Congratulations to the 3 of you. Damn it, where's the hells did I mess up? And that concludes the quiz tour for the steps of the speaker. I thank you for your visit today and eagerly look forward to your next. Now, if you pick a different number, does Kryl or Graha follow you? Or do they also pick 4, I wonder?
Finished at last. Gods, I'm exhausted.
If the legend is true, the Malala were refugees from the source. But what is this relic of theirs that can bridge worlds? Who made it? And to what end?
That last one we definitely don't know.
Much about the key remains shrouded in mystery. By augmenting it with electrope, Preservation did succeed in opening a portal. Yet they could never grasp how they had managed to do so, much less the underlying principles of the technology.
That reminds me of the Hearts to Beak.
To this day, not a single person understands the mechanics of interdimensional fusion, let alone who imbued the key with its power, when they did so, or why. But remember this. The key is a tool, and like all tools, in and of itself, it is a force for neither good nor evil. Once taken in hand, however, its capacity for both is made plain. In delivering one man, it may doom another, making a lie of its bearer's every good intention.
Ah, thanks, Danny.
As did Preservation, Queen Sveen seeks to wield the key in the name of those she loves. And in so doing, makes her people party to the destruction of countless souls.
As did Preservation. She seeks to use it in the name of the people she loves, which presumes some kind of noble motives behind Preservation's original intent rather than only Machiavellian ones. I mean, that would be like Asm as far as we hear about them.
We have told you all we can. To be able to share this with you at the last, it feels as though we fulfilled our purpose.
You've come to shut down the terminal.
Yes, we have. But perhaps there's another way, one that doesn't require the terminal's deactivation.
Come on, Kryl.
For the longest time, we've sought a means to erase ourselves before our knowledge could be used for ill. And in you, we have found it. So press on. Press on, and don't look back.
I will. May I ask you one last question?
Of course, my dear.
All right. Forgot she asked them about this.
The earring. Why did you leave it with me?
Because, Kryl, we wanted to see you again. This may seem self-serving, but we wanted to leave a trace of ourselves with you. A hint to guide you to us, so that we could live in hope.
We've dreamed of this day for so long. But now that it's become reality, we wonder if we deserve to enjoy it. We wanted naught but the best for you, yet we've always wondered how much you might have suffered in our absence.
Do not torment yourselves so. As fate would have it, you entrusted me to a good man. His name is Galuf, and he raised me as his own. What's more, I've been blessed with the finest comrades anyone could have. It's thanks to you that I am here now, hale and happy. So please, be at peace. Be at peace. Mother. Father.
You already have a beautiful name, but if we might call you by the one we gave you? Maya. Our dearest Maya. We love you more than life itself.
Maya. My name is Maya.
For those who don't know, that's Kral, Mare, or Maya Baldesion is one of the ways that you can translate her name from 5.
Are you sure about this? You can leave the terminal to us, you know.
It has been recorded, Danny. It's an
No.
EE1.
I must do this. Kral Maya Baldesion must press on. Press on and... Farewell, Mother. Farewell, Father.
Farewell.
Where is it? Oh, it's over from It's somewhere in here. Maybe it's not EE1. I know it's. I know they did it somewhere. But that's still Mare instead of Maya. Mare is the full name of the character. Yeah, in FF5. No. Well, in FF5, not 4. Yeah, but yeah, Sarah, we already talked about that. But the point was talking about it in 14. God damn it, Square Enix. Yeah. I find it so beautiful that her parents, they had no idea if it was going to work out. They had no idea if it was going to be better or worse, but she herself was a prayer for a better world, and they also offered up a prayer to hopefully see her again. Kral, Maya, Mare Baldesion. Yeah. Until further notice, I'm just assuming I know it's off topic, but I really like how the Scions treat the Warrior of Light post Shadowbringers and Walker Dawn were also opposed to the early expansions. Sure. Objection, Emet mask is not one of the comedy or tragedy, it's the mask of resting bitch face. Emotional devastation, the game. Jane gets you glad of you. Are you sure his scowl didn't make an impression? Games that have made me cry here and there in the past, and there's 14. The number of times the game has made me cry, I've lost count. I've got bad news, or good news, depending on your press. It's not gonna be the last time. There's a lot more yet to go, not only in Dawntrail, but in the future as well. A lot to make me cry. The game managed it many times. Why is it sad piano? Because it's not, that music is not just sad piano. That music is it's a music of sadness, of hope, of joy, of heartbreak. It's a powerful emotional music. It's not just a music of it's not just a music of sadness. That's not that sad piano it's not just sad piano. It's used in many places as around catharsis. Also, thank you for the, there was two who did Archon ships earlier. I'm sorry if I missed it. It was Kiko and Raven. Enjoy your Archon ships for your 20 and 25 months and your emotes. Thank you very much. Oh, the Galiv. Thank you very much for the $50. Woo, whatever disappointments I may have had in Dawn Trail, and there were some, sure. Their scenes made the whole expansion worthwhile. We may have not gotten enough cryo, but we got this and she got this. Yeah. 100% Galif. Thank you very much for the $50 and agreed. And look, I think this second playthrough of Dawn Trail, I think one of the wonderful things for me is I feel like I have a concreted sense for what I have critiques over with Dawn Trail and why those critiques exist. And I can feel firmly that I love what I love about Dawn Trail and the things that I think are, I wouldn't say foibles, but are flawed. I'm at least curious and interested why, and I feel like I understand them better. And on top of that, I do think that point 1 through point 3 is, I don't want to say address. I would say that Dawn Trail by itself, and this has been true of other expansions, but is what's less true of Shadowbringers and less true of Endwalker, because point 1 through point 3 for Shadowbringers was not fully necessary to its story, but more like Heaven's Word, Dawn Trail, I think it's point 1 through 3 is its third act, and without it, it is an incomplete story. But yeah, I would love to talk more about those critiques as we go on, for sure. But I have a suspicion that maybe not for all the people who didn't love Dawn Trail, but for a lot of people, that point 1 through point 3 for Dawn Trail will do a lot to make them have retroactively enjoy a lot more about it more. Again, thank you for that $50. We are currently at $110 out of $250 to get the next collector's box. So thank you very much, guys. I love it when the games make me feel things even when it's sad. Yeah, I crave that, Alex. It doesn't have to be sadness, but sadness absolutely. And sometimes most of all though, I want to the art I consume, the games, anything I engage with to make me feel, right? I know sometimes we all want to shut off our brains and play something that's just kind of fun or distracting, right? So I'm not trying to harp on saying that that's not valuable, but I definitely for me know that I want the things I consume to make me feel. Yeah. A shield with a hole in it, casting together forever, buff and Aetioscope was what got me. Yeah, a shield with a hole in it, casting the spell together forever as a buff in Aetioscope. Yeah, yeah. Elio just did several Seawolf's names. Yeah, that was me just spitting out Seawolf names. Of course, Galv would want more Cryo and Dawn Trail. If you want a masochist before, I wasn't a masochist before starting 14, yeah. This is why I consider video games art. Oh my, look, I'm sorry. To anyone who doesn't consider video games art, you lost that battle a long time ago. I mean, you were wrong fundamentally from the get-go, but you lost that battle a long time ago. And if you have to argue at any point at which that battle was definitely for sure lost, it was at some point in the 90s, so well over 25 years ago. But that battle was lost from its inception, in my opinion. So yeah, video games are absolutely art. That is no question. And if they can move us to such degrees even now, all the more reason to make that point. They've succeeded in what they want to accomplish. Yeah, yeah. I usually take my time with games because I want my time with them to matter rather than speeding through them. I'll say, if you guys want a very powerful emotional video game that you might not expect off the top of the hat, and a video game that I would argue you can only ever really play once, play Outer Wilds. It is one of, if not my favorite game of all time in terms of moving me emotionally. That is a beautiful, beautiful, wonderful game. Phenomenal game. In Japanese, does the name Maya mean love? Well, I mean, I don't think Maya means love. Unless I would have to, here, let me pull up G-Show. Let me see if Maya, obviously a name, house with a gabled roof, stable, barn. It can mean, no, that's Umaya. No, doesn't look like Maya by itself means anything. Other than it can be a name or it can be referred to a type of roof. Yeah. Ancient Indian tribe in Central America, yeah, yeah. Oh, okay, well here is one fun thing. Maya in Japanese is the way of saying Mayan. And with Dawn Trail being Dawn Trail, that's a little funny. Yeah. The whole debate about our video games art, I think, says more about humanity and culture of times than video game itself. I think so. Look, I know obviously what is art always becomes a fraught thing, but other than if you want to argue that there's established canon and rules for what is, which I think is silly, like any piece of art that is meaningfully moving people emotionally, intellectually, constitutes art. So you know, I don't care if that's code. I don't care if that's a game. I don't care, you know, I don't care if it's a chair that I'm building over in the corner. You know. But I like that I can't play Outer Wilds because I have bizarre game phobias. Yeah, we'll play it, definitely, V. It says a whole lot about how far people are. Wanted to play Overwatch but can't because it's in first person. Oh, yeah. We have our video games, our argument, and its evil twin is a high art. Wow, that becomes, that gets even more complicated. Because it's not even just about what is something art, it's also, we're not getting into that. That's the whole thing. Well, I will say, Jessica, is if that's the case, check out Marvel Rivals, I think, is basically Overwatch, but better in third person. If I may confide in you, Elio, I've been anxious ever since I chose to accompany you to Dural. I was afraid of what I might discover. Perhaps I'd learn nothing, or worse, that my parents didn't love me. But now I know the truth, and it couldn't be happier. I'm glad I took up Pictomancy, and I'm glad I mustered up the courage to say that I wanted to join you. And thank you all, Elio, for trusting me with your life and walking with me all this way. Oh, that's all I wanted to say. I'll see this through. Rather, see this through together. My apologies for keeping you. Come, let's catch up to the others. Yeah, Outer Wilds. Oh, Outer Wilds instead of, because you can't because it's first person. Oh, okay. Sorry, my bad. I see OW and I just think Overwatch. Yeah, there's not a good solve to that, is there? Yeah, that sucks. Maybe I'll play Outer Wilds on a stream over on like T Live or something sometime if people who want to watch it or experience it want to experience it. Just so people, I mean, I guess also you don't need to do it. There's got to be silent plays out there. I think 4 from Pirate Software has done a Let's Play, so. But I would big recommend if you like emotionally moving video games at all, Outer Wilds is phenomenal. Also, one of the best musical soundtracks and uses of leitmotifs. Really not even motifs, just leitmotifs, just motifs in any video game. Yeah, no worries, though. You know, the only thing we can do at a time like this, smile. Yeah. Lovely people reborn Alea. Arenville isn't here yet. Worry not, I shall be fine. The others have told me all. I'm glad Crowd could bid her parents a proper farewell. Now then, to ask this question for the second to last time. Are you ready to shut down the terminal?
You know how to do it.
I do. The future is safe with their daughter. I think that's all that really matters at this point.
Just one zone remaining. Their memories may be gone, but their love will always be with me. Always. Now that Eleneshby has joined us, let's head to the last zone. Are you alright, Cryo? I am. I chose to forge on no matter what. I've had the courage to do so because of you all. Thank you, from the bottom of my heart. Next, we have to part with. I must say, the closer we get to the end, the faster time seems to pass us by. Come, let's head to the fourth and final zone. But now you know how to get there, yeah? Yes, we do. Excellent. This time, I'd like to quickly check on the Meso Terminal, so I'll meet you at the Gate of Remembrance. Come on, everyone. To the Meso Terminal! One thing I kind of wish it made you do was it forced you to walk back. Like, I wish you were, like, I wish there was, like, no Aetheryte until after you finished Living Memory or something. So that you had to, like, go back through the zone. I also love the vantage point stuff they do where you can see, for instance, at the top of this hill, everywhere below, and where you can see the arrow. You can always see the next place you're going from the last place you were at. Yeah. Love remains, like with Hydaelyn, yeah. Don't forget to attune, yeah. Before, yeah, I'm gonna head over. It still hurts watching this a second time. We all have to go sometime, right? Find comfort instead in that there's catharsis. They get to see their child, you know, their hope got to be fulfilled. There got to be catharsis. They got to meet her. They got to say goodbye, right? And I think that's incredibly valuable. Speaking of Discord, yeah, join our Discord at discord.gg/errors and archives. Thank you, Infinite. Thank you, V. Don't ever play Elite Dangerous then, flying into space. Yeah, Elite Dangerous definitely would be bad for you, V. There's also Die Totenhossen's song all about that. Oh, yeah? This is not what you're saying, but, I can't remember the German name, but From Here to Eternity, I think is its name. Very good. I'm glad it doesn't force us to, but like Alex, I walk back myself just to see it all. Yeah. I mean, like, I think choosing not to force players to do it is right. But at the same time, in some ways, I do wish there was, again, because here's the problem, right? If you force players to do it, some players might, instead of walking back, just teleport to like Mamuk or something, rather than walk all the way back. I don't know, something weird. Please don't mention Elite Dangerous. I'm a recovering addict. Yeah, that sounds about right. All characters in 14 need hugs and therapy, especially the Warrior of Light. Someone please hug our tunes. Yeah. I'd point out that, like, Dawn Trail all in all, though, while having a lot of emotionally hefty moments, is pretty, like, lenient on a lot of that pain. There's a lot there, like, the catharsis around a lot of characters is pretty strong for what they go through. Like, even the loss of Glul Jaja, right, gets to be experienced instead of as a just a loss. You get to say goodbye, and he gets to say, basically, I believe in you, Wukulmat, right? So there's something to be said about, as much as Dawn Trail can be hefty with some emotions, I actually think in some ways it's a lot more of a reprieve, because there is sorrow, but there's also joy and peace, you know? That sounds about right. Promise, as well as you think you know me, you have no idea. I mean, presumably. Space Truck Simulator with grind somehow worse than War Thunder. Yeah. Someone mentioned this earlier, but I do love the recent expansion. The Scions ask you frequently if you're okay. Yeah. Well met. Use the zipline to return to the Gate of Remembrance. I won't give it up until I experience... Yeah, you guys are talking about really dangerous now. Did I miss anything from earlier? Wait, what's V making fun of? I despise the main mechanic of Our Wild, so I can't play it. Oh, that sucks, Relish, because I fundamentally adore it, which doesn't invalidate you hating it or anything. I just like, I love it so much. I love the flying around, and I understand why it can be jarring for a lot of people. And also the puzzle solving and the accrual of knowledge in a passive way rather than like a database way, rather than like, okay, like you know, you go explore and you have 20 minutes to explore, then reset, right? And in that time you can accrue clues and you're trying to figure out fundamental mysteries. And in that time you're also seeing the stories of the Nomai, you're finding out what's going on and the beautiful pieces of music that go along with it. Yeah, I love the opening of Outer Wilds, the mood and the story seemed great. And then it made me fly into space and have a mild panic attack. Yeah. I think we need to do a thing one day when we just rant. Just a long, steady flow of ranting on different topics. And I swear, if you ask, but isn't that just book club? I will steal your forts. Yeah. Come at me, bro. Also, correct answers that just don't maps. Isn't that just map nights? Yeah. Isn't that just insert anytime we get in the T Discord? Sure. Kral's parents, who else will Graha have ice cream with? Yeah. Are you trying to... Dez, was that a Kingdom Hearts reference? That's a flying time limit. The time limit is my problem. It makes me too nervous. I understand. That's fair, Relish. I understand the apprehension. I would say as someone who's anxious, for me, where I find it not nervous is because your goal is not to do anything in that 20 minutes. I one time went in that 20 minutes and just flew out into space and just watched the planet spin for 20 minutes before resetting. The idea is you only have to ever worry about things at a chunk of a time, right? Everything in the game can always be done within 20 minutes, any one thing. So you only have to be like, I have one goal, I'm gonna do that in 20 and then reset. Now, if that still drives your anxiety, you have my empathy to you. I'll say for me, how my anxiety works in some ways, it's actually really relieving because I only ever have to have one focus. I only have to ever be trying to do that one adventure I'm trying to take care of and finding out what happens in that 20 minutes. And if I mess up, okay, cool, I'll do something else instead. You know, I'll go track out a different thing and then try to figure out that. But you're always pushing things a little more. But yeah, it only does so much if it's still stressful, right? So this is it. Like before, it'll be hard, but we must honor Kafkiwa's wish. Oh, Erenville. My boy, you've said 2 words in this entire time we've been in living memory. Which is super true to character, but also, my boy, please. No one can even help speak to you or try to give you catharsis if you won't also engage with everybody else. If you pull away, there's only so much we can do. Kefkiwa, talk to your boy, but also your boy, Erenville. Talk to your mom, talk to Graha, talk to me, talk to anyone. Reach out. We know this is weighing on you. Reach out. It's not just on you, but there's only so much we can do if you won't let us in. As far as I can tell, we still have some leeway with the mesoterminal. Meaning you can carry on getting to know the Endless in the last zone. Windspath Gardens, it's called, and it's breathtakingly beautiful. That's where your memories are stored, yes? That's right. I left it for last so I could guide you for as long as possible. Very thoughtful of me, yeah? Oh, a great idea just occurred to me. What might that be? I'll save it for you after we arrive on the other side. See you there. Her great ideas are generally less than great. Hey, Erenville. As much as I want to grant your mother her wish, I also want to respect yours. When all's said and done, I want you to be happy. I hope you know this. I know. I know. Oh, buddy. Kafkiwa isn't only his mother, she's his mentor as well. I can only make it harder for him to say goodbye. Let's go for now. We keep doing what we've been doing, seeking out Endless and learning what's dear to them. If we get a weapon coffer on maps, will you make the person fork up 11 million? Yeah, if the people we're running with wants it, we will look at what the lowest within averaging of whatever the material sells for, and we will sell for that coffer price to the person with maybe a slight price. I mean, to be fair, you're already giving it as at a discount because of the amount because of tax. He's such a sulky boy. Yeah, a greater idea just occurred to me. Was it speaking to your son? No, didn't think so. He literally walking around with what he's perceiving as a walking corpse of his mom. He was so excited to meet again after a very long time. To say that my man is feeling down is an understatement. Or Aaronville. So who loved the most recent short story? I did, Sarah. We talked about it in book club last night. It was very good. Fussy little bum bun. Not to be confused with Magni, who's a fussy little son. Don't forget, like, Dontrell has done Aaronville any favors. In the first half, he's an annoying childhood friend who keeps reminding Bukamot of embarrassing stuff. In the second half, he just sulks. I mean, there's more than that. But there's just some truth to that. It's not... I wouldn't say he just sulks. I would say he's lost and doesn't know how to reach out and connect to people. Which, you might say, well, that's just sulking. But I would say that there's... I think given what he's going through and the degree to which he's also typically been an outsider, there's some that I can empathize with and there's a lot I can empathize with and understand his disposition and behavior in these points. What could this great idea of Kapkiwa's be? I have faith in Aaronville's inner strength. Let's not keep Kapkiwa waiting. It's not that... Bleep, bloop. Error, verification system initialized. User registration confirmed. Greetings and welcome to Windspath Gardens, the sanctuary of exploration and discovery. The marvels of the natural world await you. Some of us for whom reaching out is near impossible task, yeah. I've learned the older I get, the more I have realized the degree to which I take for granted how hard reaching out can be for a lot of people. Sometimes that's the most difficult thing of all. When you've been punished for being vulnerable over and over again, being vulnerable to feel better, even if you have someone who will gladly grant it to you, is you know. That's not everyone, but it is definitely a lot of people.
If I could have everyone's attention. I know we have pressing business, but I'd like to say a few words. Before I died, I had 2 wishes. The first was to see who my Elaneshpia would become. I would say that wish has been fulfilled. Indeed, it has. For the boy who once shunned company has returned a somewhat sociable man, surrounded by wonderful friends. As his mother and mentor both, I couldn't be more proud. As for my second wish, that was to see all manner of nature that I had never seen before. I hoped to explore every corner of the world and there find thriving life. But I didn't even get to see all of Tural, did I? Never enough hours in a day, or days in a year, or years in a life.
Kapkiwa.
Oh, don't give me that look. Though, admittedly, I did go and spoil the mood. Apologies. What I was so poorly trying to work up to asking was this. I want you to help me fulfill my second wish. I have a good feeling about this place. There is so much here I've never seen before, I just know it. We'd love to see it with you. I thought you might say that. Thank you. Windspath Gardens is home to a collection of flora and fauna that once thrived on the continent.
Huh. This is a clock and it has the numbers around it. What's weird is it's the same as the Eorzean numbers. Interesting.
Like the rest of living memory, I haven't explored it in earnest. Controlling my vessel demanded all of my attention. But at long last, I'll get to meet the creatures here. Wrap things up with a perfect little adventure. So, shall we?
Absolutely not. We're to grant you your wish, and then what? You leave? You cannot ask that of me.
Oh, Ellen Neshpir. Please understand. I just wanted to end on a happy note. Not only for myself, but for all of us. Better that than a sad goodbye, surely.
I do appreciate that. I feel like she's trying to reach out the best way I think she can, which is to try and make it a happy the mouth's memory, the happy memory, because the time is running out. I do wish there was more that she could offer him that give him catharsis, but it's also, in some ways it's hard because Erenville also can't reach out either. With all of y'all being like, yep, Kefki was beautiful, all I'm thinking is, Erenville's mom has got it going on. Can't use it. Anyways, I'm not gonna create that version of that song. That'll be for a later point. Yeah, don't look at me. I'm just an overly verbose analyst there at Craft a Ship posting on my old 2 modes of communication. Yeah. Sometimes when you're hurt, even though you should reach out, either you don't know how or you're welcome to do so. When you're hurt and it's taxing, it's the hardest time to reach out sometimes because you have to be vulnerable to do so, right? I also gather this has just always been the relationship more distant than most families. To be true, relation, to be fair, that's also almost every example of every Vieira family we have is that even for those who care deeply about each other as a tribe, right, there is still a, there's not, someone correct me if I'm wrong, I cannot think of a Vieiran relationship, a familial Vieiran relationship in which a parent is particularly exceptionally close with their child. If anything, Kefkiwa's, I think, is the most stark, which says something. I mean, to be fair, remember, in like the Gullmore and Scotty Mountain Range, if you're male, you're just kicked out of the tribe when you become an adult. And then if you're female, you're just part of the communal tribe. You're not really like, you know, there's not a distinction there. To point out, Erenville constantly portraying outfellings, and his mother kind of give backhanded compliments as well. Is it my fault? Think she's Eorzean has Sylph living memory, has Sylph spirit. I'd like to. God damn it, Dez. Please don't tell me that's a memory. That's a Cards Against Humanity card. Erenville's just grumpy because of all the MILF jokes the Warrior of Lion Silence have been spouting the entire time. Look, I have been trying to not be a part of the problem here, people, but yes, Kefkiwa is hot. Listen, V, she dropped the Ravishing Shitoda maiden first. It's hard because, yeah, we have very limited time here. It's a lot to process in so little time. Yeah. Yeah. It's, I feel like the second time through, there's a specific line that I understand some frustration with that comes later, especially when she's, like, her first note here is, I'm so proud of my son. Her second note is, I want this last member to be a happy one. And in a sense, I feel like, and I'm maybe overly charitable, and I will revise this opinion as we get into some of the other lines that are said later, but in some ways I feel like this actually is Kefkiwa seeing Erenville, in that she knows he can't open up, but in some ways the best thing she can do instead of trying to force that is to instead give him a happy memory and a mission, you know? God damn it, Elio, giving Des ideas. Yeah. Okay, well, here we go. We'll see. I'll pin a pin in that because there's some specific ways certain lines are read it later. The Sanctuary of Exploration and Discovery. Quite fitting that Kefkiwa's memories are here. How very like Kefkiwa to chase her dreams to the last. Let's help Kefkiwa make some good rate memories. That's with your consent. Let's begin our adventure. Naturally, while we go about this, feel free to continue befriending Endless. Be sure to absorb the delightful scenery. Sounds good. My favorite part of the Living Memory in Alexandria music is, here, I'll point it out when it comes up. It's not for a little bit again. What a lovely garden. The scenery here is nothing short of remarkable. To think that Sphene has managed to preserve it for the Endless. I somehow anticipated this. I thought these things were some sort of enormous tree, but they're actually sculptures. Oh, you won't? If we put it earlier, would you be able to join? Maybe we can start a little bit earlier, like an hour or two, for at least you to hop in. This particular garden is called Blooms of Discovery. Beautiful, ain't it? It's absolutely stunning, and they're all actually plants. They are indeed. These specimens were brought here hundreds of years ago for conservation, as the calamity had pushed them to the brink of extinction. So this zone is like a great conservatory. Precisely, my dear Cryo. Here you'll find flora and fauna, the likes of which no longer exist anywhere else. Doesn't the thought just set your heart aflutter? I suppose. Come on. This is your bread and butter, bud. Come on. I expect that some creatures I encountered outside of Tyrol may have cousins in this world. While I'm no expert on life and the reflections, it would make for an interesting study to compare them. I would point out, so this is important, right? This is an interesting note. This is the first time in all living memory he's started to open up, right? Taking him on this adventure to like the thing that he loves doing, which is this cataloging, this like the creatures of the world. Like this is Erenville's, that's his home turf, right? It's interesting. I didn't pick up on as much on that the first time. Now there's an idea. Leave it to my pupil to think up such. And then he's mollified again, yeah. Or not mollified, but he's the second Kefkiwa comes back, she's even showing pride in him. The second she showed pride in him, that opening that he just did goes away again. I don't think it's because he's reminded, right, of what he's about to lose. Yeah. Here we only have only a world's traversing adventure and a veteran gleaner, but a pair of Charlene's finest scholars besides. It's a veritable gathering of inquisitiveness, and I'm thrilled to be a part of it. She is reaching out with their shared hobby. Yeah, there is a form of reaching out she is trying to do that I don't think I appreciated as much before. It still might be the comfort, but honestly, I don't know. Yeah, it's interesting. I don't mean to put this all on Erenville's shoulder. I hope it's clear. It's more just, it's interesting. Some creatures here do indeed appear to resemble those in Eorzea. Such was the case in the first, too. Kefkiwa looks awfully happy, doesn't she? When it comes to inquisitiveness, I reckon I'm a match for both you and Erenville. I can't recall the last time my mother was so excited. To begin with, I'd like to scout on the vicinity, report back with any points and notes. This would be a good opportunity to speak with the locals. They're bound to be familiar with the area after all. As Ellen Eshby has suggested, I would be interested to compare the creatures here with those native to the source. I never ventured outside Tyrol, so I look forward to your insights. Just leave it to us. I've only ever been to Charlene myself, but I'd like to think I'm interesting when I see it. Meme posted. Very good, Des, very good. That's a good idea. Is your terminal based on your personality or some such? Yeah. Anything that's before 5 p.m. by your time. Okay, well, maybe we'll just try to start an hour early, Infinite. And I'll happily give out the deck codes. Yeah, it definitely does. He's reaching out with a shared hobby. I can somehow relate to Erenville here, doing something you love, but not being but not being into enthusiastically. But my excuse was physical pain from wisdom tooth removal. Yeah. I guess the question is, how would she even come for him? It's not an easy situation. Yeah. I think the thing that can be frustrating is a desire for a stronger recognition for his sorrow and heartbreak. I think is what most people would want. It might even be what Erenville wants. But yeah. If the Viera lifespan is about 300 years, what caused her death? We don't know, or at least I don't know. There may be a nod somewhere else, but I've been paying close attention, and so far as I can tell, it's never directly stated. Possibilities include Levin sickness. She had to have been wearing a regulator, else she wouldn't be in here. So something specific must have happened. Maybe she was killed by Zeralja. I feel like if that was the case, someone would have noted it. Oh, hello there. What am I doing, you ask? Look up at the trunk. See the plants within the capsules? These are species that either can't survive in the wild Windspath garden or would become invasive and disrupt the ecosystem. The capsules recreate the conditions they require, from tropical to frigid climes, while keeping them isolated. In this way, any and all plant life can be preserved forever, just like ourselves. Might be part of the MSQ. Just come, yeah. Maybe that members of preservation were responsible. I'll assume that she was reckless with her souls and her adventurousness. That's not faulty read. I want to join for Cards Against Humanity. Do I need to download something? No, it should be as simple as joining with a code, Raven. And for those who want to join, we're going to be playing Final Fantasy XIV Cards Against Humanity this Sunday. You can join in the event over in the Discord. Speaking of the Discord, you see a creature wandering about that resembles the trents native to the Twelveswood. So I do. Just through a website, right? Yeah, should be. Flower Garden appears to be meticulously maintained, if not by the Endless, then by machines. Which, assuming which presumes that the garden should be able to be maintainable even in the future. Did you know that even the water here is created by using electrope? The initial product is too pure, though. Adjustments have to be made so the composition resembles what's found in the natural environment. That's just one of many things they do to create the ideal conditions for these plants to thrive. I don't know what's become of the world outside the barrier, but I should like to visit a lovely spot such as this in real life. Speaking of lovely spots, have you been to the top of this lookout here? It's a great vantage point, and there's even a food stall in case you're hungry. It's interesting, that line implies that, which makes sense because the night skies, that they are not aware the barrier has disappeared. Yeah. Join our Discord at discord.gg/archive for community events, updates, and a lot of lore discussion. Thank you, Infinite. I'll try and join them. Or Labyrinthos. Yeah, they really just remaking Elpis over here, or Labyrinthos. I mean, it's all the same idea, right? This idea of remaking a place or in order to create preservation. I mean, Elpis is less, I guess, about preservation. Well, it's about determination in some ways more than preservation, but it's not solely dissimilar. After purchasing refreshments, you see, you're free to sit at any one of our tables if you like, or you can simply take it with you if you prefer. Well, Father? I'm on the cusp of a breakthrough. Why not ask your mother? Are they gonna go right over to the mother? No, okay. Wait. Mother? May I have an ice cream? It's Comet, but with brown hair. Ask your father, love. I'm brainstorming at the moment. God, this game loves creating situations where NPCs are running back and forth. Ooh, I think this, if I'm not mistaken, this Lalafell I'm about to talk to has some very juicy, important lore that's tied into FF9. My ancestors are actually Alexandrian, but hailed from a place called Conde Pete. As you had some unique customs there. For instance, when greeting someone, you had to say "Lally-ho" in a spirited manner. Our settlement was also famous for a gigantic tree that grew nearby. It was so enormous that when she stood at its base, the roots covering the ground went beyond the horizon. The terminal here at the Windspath Guard is apparently inspired by that very tree. The Aoife tree, his name was. It may not be real, but it's nice to have it as a memento for posterity. That is super important. So, the Aoife tree, everything you just said is true about FF9. And maybe it's just a fun little nod. But the purpose for the Aoife tree in FF9 is so fundamental to its story and the life stream and that may not, there's a very good chance that was not an idle comment, and instead we will find out more about that later on in the history of the Ninth Reflection, and that it may even potentially be tied to the Rising Levin storm, because the same way the Levin energies, because the same way the mists appear because of the messing with the Aoife tree and the life stream in, yeah. Scenery and music are so peaceful, yeah. This is my favorite part. It's my favorite part in the in Bygone Serenity, in this theme, in the Alexandrian theme, and all that. Are we the only place that didn't get dwarves and got Lalafell instead? Conde Pete technically had Milala, but the Laliho is in FF9. Technically, originally it was localized as Raliho, but that's because Japanese R and L are... all that to say, it was mislocalized as Raliho instead of Laliho. So it's a nod to that as well. Although, to be fair, it's possible that it was dwarves because the Milala that existed on the 9th that were there before the Milala that came from the source, there may have been a group that effectively would have amounted to what you would know as dwarves. But yeah. Okay, what is our final verdict on that? Are Conde Pedians native Lalafell shard of the 9th, or just very separated Aloans? I don't think we can say. I think No, we can't say. Here's why we can't say. Because of time dispersion, remember that it's been the better part of 1,600 years source time since the Lalafell of the South Sea Islands went to the 9th, and who knows what amount of history arose in that. If we assume just one-to-one parallelship, that means that Conde P, if it arose somewhat within the time span of them arriving, could still be over 1,000 years old, right? So, only recent day I put 2 and 2 together and noticed that the music here and the trials are the same. No, I haven't been spending too much time with EX3. Why do you ask? Dest, my friend, my ally. Remember, all you have to remember is every map theme is always the dungeon theme. So for instance, Ihu Ikatumu is the Kozumauka theme. Sky Deep Cenote is the Octa L theme. The Urkopacha mountain theme is a version of the Urkopacha theme. Vanguard is just the Shaloni theme. The Orogenics is just a version of the Heritage Found theme, and the final map is just a version of the 9th theme. This is true for every expansion, with a few exceptions for specific contexts. Yeah. Those Viper Sabers do look snazzy, though, yeah. EX1 is Urko Pacha leitmotif at times. Yeah. The trials, too, will sometimes echo, but it depends. And the trials are very varied. This is why you should join our music streams that we do sometimes. Speaking of, we still need to do Endwalker 2, and we need to do Dawn Trail 1, which we'll do before too long. While the arboretums of Charlian imitate natural environs, this place is a feel of an exhibit. In that sense, the word gardens does suit it well. There was a beast I had never seen before. Ah, welcome back, Elio. Kral has just delivered to me the most fascinating report. You have some engaging impressions to share too, I hope. I do. Found out about Conde P and the nature of this garden and the wonderful ways in which they preserve all of the nature. And something called an Aoife tree? Well, that's very interesting indeed. But I must say I'm most fascinated by the ambulating trees. While there are similar creatures in Urkopacha, could you tell me more about these trents you know of? Well, there are various species, like the red-leafed and gnarled ones. Is that so? It'll make sense they would adapt to their environments in such that fashion. I imagine they need careful management to flourish, such as having very specific varieties of trees around them. The management of ecosystem. That calls to mind Labyrinthos, does it not? That it does. Lest you wonder, Labyrinthos is a storage facility deep beneath Charlene that contains a recreation of a temperate climate zone. Such places exist. Amazing. By the by, did anyone also catch sight of a large scalekin? A large scalekin, you say? What does it look like? Well, nothing I've seen before, but it has a rodent-like form and walks on all fours. If it looks like a rodent, wouldn't that make it a beastkin? No, it's covered in scales, one that appears to mimic succulent plants. By that, I would definitely classify it as scalekin. Dawntrail was made for lore nerds! Oh, lordy, I love, like, literally having, one, Erenville and Kefkiwa arguing about this is perfection, but also, can we just talk about how, like, wonderful it is that, one, the arbitrary bullshit that is the classification system, which has always been a background element of this is cool lore, and then the underlying lore about that lore is the fact that it's all bullshit because it's arbitrary as hell, and then, like, having a perfect example of that arbitrariness expressed in the MSQ. First you get South Sea Isles lore being relevant and important, and then you fucking get taxonomy. What is this made for me? Yeah, it's a funny mirror to real taxonomy, yeah. So smile. Well, it's hard to say for certain without seeing it. Why don't you show me? Very well. It was in the flower field earlier, and I should still be near. Let's head over there, then. When we find it, we'll see who's right. The two of you should come along, too, and lend us your opinions. If we go to Maricydia next, I want to see Erenville full on Steve Irwin. Yeah. Go ahead, Elio. I'll let the others know, and know to join you. I don't... There's no reason to be so sure that we're going to Maricydia next. I really hope we're going to Maricydia next, especially if Erenville is joining us. Like, of all the places to go, Erenville joining us from Maricydia, just, that would be so right. Especially when, like, one of the first things he ever says to us is a nod towards Maricydia. The only part of Music Stream that persisted are the knowledge that the dungeon theme is always a remix of the location it's set on, and a running gag turned hell. What? The one that's called Less Than Lies? How about, or the one that's called Excessive Facts? That one, Infinite? Here's my other favorite one. Here's my other favorite factoid that no, I will never give up and never stop telling people. The burn theme is just the Praetorian theme. This is the area. The beast didn't give the impression that it moves frequently. This is so exciting. Come and help us find the creature. And the blind, there's definitely not an Arctic and Antarctic as far as we know, but there may be something beyond the blind frost or south of the knowing, or not the knowing sea, south of the glass ocean that may be Relish. I would suspect that there may be a hidden subcontinent of some kind in north of the blind frost, or something like that, or at least an archipelago or something. As far as we know currently, there is no direct anything directly analogous to Arctic or Antarctic. But between the tilt of the planet and certain things that I feel like would be a fair point to believe that there's some obfuscation, I wouldn't be surprised if there was some kind of landmass of that ilk. Spot a beast resembling the Enkivore you encountered on the first. That's the one over there. I see. At a glance, it certainly has the look of both a scalekin and a beastkin. Well, that's plants, man, so maybe it's a fucking seedkin. Let's examine it more closely, shall we? Tell me your observations. Well, it's definitely covered in plant-like scales. That was also the first thing I noticed. I dare say those scales are for hiding in foliage. Having studied it, I believe that the scales upon its back are in fact a unique form of hide. Rather than being shed, it grows with the creature. You might be right. We consider that along with its other characteristics, such as its face and hands. It's more likely to be a beastkin, like you said. A physical examination will be needed to confirm this beyond doubt, but I'm satisfied simply to have seen it. It seems you're alone were familiar with the species. Where'd you encounter it? Well, on another reflection on the first. The fairy kingdom of the first? Elio has been on to the very edge of existence. He has seen life that others could only imagine. Amazing. Creation truly holds no end of mysteries. Oh, how I'd love to see them all. The life beyond the bounds of our star and plain both. It looks like we're having fun. Hey guys, it's a shaman. Yeah, it does look like shaman, the Pokemon. Hearing about the unknown never fails to rouse me. If I felt the same way with Kettenram and Galif treated me to tales of their travels. You met my grandfather too? Oh, didn't I already mention it? It was when Galif came to Tural to investigate the Golden City. I happened to have business with Glul Jaja, so we met in Tuliolao. Little did I know that the tiny babe he was cradling would have returned as you. To think that our paths had already crossed all those years ago. Not only yours and mine either. Ellen Eshbia was there too, you know? I don't remember. It's quite fine if you don't. Why is the creature vibrating so violently? He's extremely ready. It was actually because Galif told me about the Charlians that I later urged Ellen Eshbia to take up gleaning. My fussy bum was growing up dour and withdrawn. It was when I was at my wit's end that I recalled your grandfather's story about gleaners. Seeing the world through their adventure would inspire the change for the better, I believed. So that's interesting. I'm sorry I was dour and withdrawn. If you ask me, you still have some work to do, but it's because you're that way that you're with us now, and I, for one, am grateful. Well, let's keep it moving, shall we? Yeah, Des, it's Zorgor the Boundless, or in this case, Zorgor the Intensely Vibrating. There's a facility I've been wanting to visit, the Clara Museum of Nature. They're supposed to have creatures that take you on leisure flights. There's just one problem. It seems only 3 people can fly at one time. Then you and Erebus should go. The rest of us should still have plenty of other things we can do here. If there's room for one more, why don't you come with us, Elliot? Then it's settled. The museum is at the bottom of the ramp that runs west of Leynode area. Come on. Not much, Alex. You just found like little bits of Kefkiwa and Aaronville spending time together in ways that I feel like there is more appreciable effort being spent on Kefkiwa's parts to connect with him than I may have given credit at first. But I also, yeah. Ayo? Ayo. Things are going normal for a special edition of Saturday stream, yeah. There has been nothing crazy, no crazy talk. Y'all crazy talk, that's on you. I kind of love that when you summon this, there's no real noise. Because I don't know if it's intentional, but the fact that it's like an electric bike. I wonder if when you fly with it, if there's noise, because it's, well, I guess no, it's propulsion up from the ground, rather than like spinning fans. Guys, can I get what am I supposed to do up here? What's the thing that you do whenever you're at a lay node? Right, you leave it alone and don't touch it. So just have to leave. Oh, a tune. Hey guys, what do you call that thing that you have when you have a primary character and a secondary character? A tune. Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's what it's called. Elliot, more than true. Yeah. I'm supposed to go down, yeah. I have a European Mikote. We're playing on European servers. I'm told the animals can be quite friendly. Clara is one of these groups. They're the hosts of rare specimens here. Clara is one of the nations in. You best jump down before you fall. In Final Fantasy IX, it's the. Are the Burmesians and the Clarans the like distinction, or are they all considered Burmesians? Race-wise. The greenery here is breathtaking, would you not agree? Lush, fragrant, and for a mercy, free of insects. I find beetles in particular to be repulsive. I've seen none as of yet, but I fear it's only a matter of time before they rear their despicable heads. What's really crazy, Alexandrian citizens not being able to explore this garden until they're dead. To be fair, it didn't used to be that way, Relish. When they were originally, this was a place for the living. It got turned into a place for the dead, right? It does look the part, this museum. I must say I'm curious what's inside. What's funny is this museum's architecture reminds me very much of a museum I went to in Tokyo. Hello there, come to ride a Mewapiaran? Mewapiaris, have you? Wait, that's weird. That's like a Tonawatan name. Here it is, the Clara Museum of Nature. The main building is closed due to the Aether Surge, but happily they're still offering leisure flights. And these are the fellows that will bear us. How adorable. They don't look like they're capable of flight. Ahaha, come now, you know better than to judge a creature by its appearance. This'll be great, I just know it. Begging your pardon, but is this where you go for leisure flights, yeah? Indeed it is. Bearing you will be our adorable Mewapiarises who are especially trained by a Tirali friend. Okay, so that explains it. Just say the word and we'll send you up and away. And there you have it, shall we then? It seems I'll have to trust the theory of ancestral levitation. Ancestral levitational predisposition. In case you are unfamiliar, the theory holds that all life forms have an innate capacity for levitation magics. Whilst that magics generally remain latent, they may manifest in the ability to fly. Aaronville, you're my favorite. You are ready? Then go ahead and mount up. The Mewapiaris have fly a set route, so you'll need only relax and enjoy the view. Yeehaw! How exhilarating. I'll be damned. They really do fly. Hey, the way we're flying in formation, don't we look like migrating birds? Except we're on giant rodents. Speaking of migrating birds, the mallard is where your name comes from. Did I ever tell you that? That I knew, but I learned it from the shamaness, not from you. The shamaness, interesting, from someone from their village, presumably. Mallard, so he's a migratory. Migrating bird can fly anywhere it desires, even across the ocean to distant continents. And you done just that, my clevered mallard. Oh. I thank you not to call me that. She is really trying to reach out to him. Oh dear, is it already over already? Time really does fly when you have fun. What a joy to see living memory from up high. Only 5x with flying lore. To be fair, Relish, I'm pretty sure that is actually first noted in EE1. I'm pretty sure that's been actually around for a while. A lot of the Dawntrail stuff is actually old lore that's been around, but in weird places for a long time. Or I think actually it's either that, it might not be in EE1, it might be in fish lore, because the amount of lore in this game that is fish lore is more than you think. There's a reason I've been on a fishing binge lately. It's because I'm trying to catch all the fish so I can actually read their lore, because there's actually like really good tidbits. Kefki was having fun. I feel like she is actually really trying to reach out to him in ways I don't know that I appreciated before. In ways that are maybe subtler. But she is trying to tell you, I love you, I think in all the ways she can. That are her ways, but also will reach him. Yeah. I was not aware. Oh, we'll talk about that in a second. Yeah, I want to write down Ellen Eshpia, timeline of Tyrell dictionary. Ellen Eshpia means mallard. Okay. That was wonderful. An experience worth saving for the very end. You two enjoyed yourself as well, I trust. It was enjoyable enough, I suppose. From my fussy bun. That's high praise. Glad I invited you and Elio. Thank you for indulging me. If I could, I'd go for another 100 rides, but I must settle for the one. It's time we are headed to the Aero Terminal. There are still things you wish to do. You'll want to do them now. When you're ready, make your way along the path yonder. I'll find the others and let them know the same. She sees he's suffering. I wish you would say something a little more explicit. Just hug him. Give him a hug. Hug him. Hug him, Kefkiwa! I just want to get a giant shirt that says hug him, Kefkiwa. Free dialogue in the game. Their machines were extremely warlike in the past. Rovial, good to see you. They're the same race, but different cultures. Yeah, okay. So I just want to make sure they were classified. And the race name, the kingdom, Claria is the tribe, essentially. Okay. Look like the courthouse in downtown. Yeah. And after the fact, the living will mayhap only see electrobe skeletons of it, assuming they get to travel here at all. For dialogue in game, their machines were extremely warlike in the past, the modern day of FF9. A number of their people feared the downfall of their civilization if they didn't change, so they broke away and found a new home, becoming the Clarians. Of course, in this universe, capybaras can fly because of course they do. Airville just explained how mountains could fly, yeah. I'm not aware of this fish lore. Okay, here, let me pull that up real quick. So for those of you who don't know, there's a lot of fish in this game. To be specific, there's about 1,500 fish in this game. Yeah, it just keeps going. Plus the jigfish from spear hunting, which I'm almost done with. Each of the fish has lore, both on the item and in their description. So, despite existence being little more than a rumor, 9 out of 10 sailors will swear, like a sailor, on their grandmother's graves that the fabled Shrieker is nearly identical in appearance to almost as fabled Ologoi Koroko. Or let's find what's the experiment one from Azizla? Gobby Mask. Strange floating octopus appear to have been abandoned in the dangers of the deep for the freedom of the firmament. When turned on its side, it bears a striking resemblance to a goblin mask, begging the question, which came first, the Gobby Mask or the Gobby Mask? The Goblin Mask or the Goblin Mask? Where's the weird one? Plus, there's a metric ton of rare fish, and some of the fish have joke information. Some of them have genuinely important, yeah. Though able to levitate while in tadpole form, the gigantotode loses biologically unexplained characteristic the moment it sprouts legs and gravity remembers its duty. It is, however, all for the better because who wants to encounter a flying gigantotode while traipsing through the wilderness? So all of them, yeah. There's tons to learn about the world in there, yeah. New thing to grind, yeah. Learn tons of lore you never knew existed. Fish mains hate him. Yeah, okay, there's an idea. That's a good idea, though. Yeah. So, Baker, it goes deep, yeah. We had Lala hugs, now we need Bun hugs. We do need Bun hugs. We do need Bun hugs, V. A mental image of Erenvel flying with the grumpy expression is imaginable on his face, yeah. She is only a facsimile constructed from her memories. I understand this. When she's right there, as alive as spirited as I've ever known her, how am I supposed to do it? How am I supposed to erase her? Does she even know how it tears me apart? She does, Erenville. She does, but she's not expressing it she's trying to reach out. I don't think she's succeeding in the way that maybe is the perfect way you need, but she is trying to reach out. Maybe it's not enough, but 99% of Thalia Limb Lane depictions were based on fish lore. Yes, so like one of the things that's awesome about the Limb Lane fight in Mist of the Realm is that almost all of it is in some way based on fishing lore. And I loved that so much. I felt so rewarded. When Thalos and Perikos showed up, oh my god, that was, so wonderful. If they're as unhinged with the fish lore than the fate, the fish lore is more unhinged than the fate descriptions. The fish lore is often more unhinged than the fate descriptions. It is some of the most unhinged descriptions in the game. There's one fish that explicitly goes after Lalafels, yeah. I think she's also trying not to make it harder, yeah. Whether that's, you know, it's not fair. It'll be hard, but let's send Kefq off with a smile. We saw you from below. It looks like you were having fun. We'll be there for Erenville.
How delightful this has been. Not since my journey with the Dawn Servant have I enjoyed myself so. No, I'm selling it short. This was even better.
Because she got to be, yeah, in part because she got to be with her son, but I wish she would say
And
that
that's
more.
because I was able to share this adventure with my darling boy.
Ask and I shall receive.
Well, this is as far as I can go. As for the rest...
Just stop. You're doing it again. Deciding everything by yourself, and then disappearing.
Eleneshpia, you're my pupil, so you ought to understand. Everything that lives must one day die, and that which has died isn't meant to return. This is the way of nature. Mine is an unnatural existence, and I've suffered it only because I had to unmake this twisted mausoleum. But now that brave souls have appeared to whom I might entrust my mission, I may finally embrace the end. Can't you be happy for me?
How could I be happy?
I was actually quite scared, you see. Scared that I'd be trapped inside the barrier forever and denied the thrill of discovery for all my days. Your coming gave me courage and comfort, Eleneshpia. More than you know. And now here I stand, unburdened and free. In this moment, the happiest of my life.
And those feelings will live on in you.
As you wish, Mother. I'll continue what you began. You were right, of course. Leaving home has broadened my horizons. I've met my friends and found this place. So I bid you leave your dreams with me. And no, I'll go where you couldn't go, and do what you couldn't do. I will.
I'll take up your torch and carry it long, as far as I can.
Look at you, all grown up and dependable. Yet with so much more ahead. A world of experiences await you, each a lesson of its own. You may know failure and burning regret, but these two shall become beacons to guide you. So come what may, hold your head high and carry on with conviction. And wherever your journeys take you, keep me close to your heart, will you? I should like to be there, to see what I haven't seen.
You will be, Mother.
Now, run along. And never forget that you're my pride and joy. I trust you all can handle the rest. Take care, and farewell.
That's beautiful. Onion Night Limit Break 3. Yeah. Don't look back. Carry on with their hopes and memories in our hearts. Let's see our task through to the end. No more doubts. I will shut the terminal down. We'll leave this to you, Eorzean. I won't waver. Not anymore. You're ready yourselves? Then so am I. Wait, they played this theme? They can't play the theme, this theme? No!
That makes all of them.
All that remains is to wait for the meso-terminal to become vulnerable when it's about to initiate fusion. And then we strike.
One last fight.
Please be advised, we are entering the final phase of world bridging. Repeat, we are entering the final phase of world bridging.
Oh god, no time for emotions. We gotta stop. Giant AI.
The ether of all residents will shortly be replenished. Be at ease. No action on your part is required. We thank you for your patience.
Wait, it's already begun?
Let's finish this. We won't let Kefkiwa's hopes be in vain. No time for tears, just as well. Not a moment too soon. It's as if she's saying she won't let us do as we please anymore. Through our time here, we've come to know what Sphene seeks to protect. That doesn't change what we have to do. We'll carry out Kefkiwa's plan. It's our best chance of stopping Sphene. It will be dangerous, I shouldn't doubt. We're all prepared, I assume? That goes without saying. Come, we head to the Meso Terminal. The final quest. Dawn Trail. I love that even when everything is turned off, plants are still there, still real. Even in the midst of death, life sprouts forth. Yeah, look, Endwalker was literally, like, Living Memory is tailor-made to be, like, an emotional bomb for me, but, like, Endwalker is an expansion, particularly every single part of Ultima Thule was tailor-made for me to, like, I don't think Final Fantasy XIV can ever quite move me as much as Endwalker did, not because of novelty, but because it's literally every aspect of every theme and interaction with players was, like, made for me. Yeah. No time for mourning. Yeah. No time for mourning. Yeah. Walk on, never look back. Through you we live. Yeah. He was saying he was going to start early today and I tried to go on one stream. Yeah. Well, here, let's hurry up and keep on. I know we have stuff to do later on the Discord, but... Voltaire, good to see you. Glad to have you. I was wondering when the side quests were for Windspath Garden. Turns out they appear after the MSQ is over. Makes sense since they got this sense of urgency. Yeah. We've got a dungeon and a trial. I don't know if V is getting people together for those, but we should be having we should be doing those. We're gonna do those. We're almost there. Question that becomes, what lies beyond those walls still? Yeah. We're all sorted? Okay, cool. Thanks, guys. Yeah, I know it's cheesy to love, but I just like seeing y'all together so much. Thanks. Okay, let's get this done. My parents are... Sorry, I need a second. My parents are watching over us, I'm sure of it. As is my grandfather. I will do my part too. Whatever it takes, we must protect that which we hold dear. Yeah, to keep over, you took some screens. Awesome. That was great. You're there in spirit, Voltaire. No good. It seems that we can't simply shut down the meso-terminal like the others. Not surprising in the least. My mother did tell us its defenses are tight, but she also left a means of circumnavigating them. A program that will send your souls into the terminal's memory banks. So this is how we break in. So, okay. So the way that's argued that presumably Wukulmat breaks in later is because the defenses become lightened because Eternal Queen is focusing on us. That makes sense. Therein lies a virtual domain generated by Sphne's memories. So we would venture into this domain and then seek out and stop Sphene. If our souls are transferred in there entirely, dying in that domain would be no different from dying outside of it. There's no guarantee of safe return. Voltaire, thank you for the membership. Enjoy your emotes. Thanks, guys. Nonetheless, that is a risk we must take. We've already come this far, and I'll be damned if I'm going to turn back now. By meeting the Endless, I've gained a better understanding of Sphene and the burden she bears. I want to say a few things to her when we meet again, even if it doesn't make a difference. Whatever happens, we won't let Sphene walk her misguided path any longer. For those we've yet to meet, for those we can yet save. I'll do all I can to provide support. Mother has instructed me on her program as well as the world within the terminal. I'll also keep an eye on your bodies while you're gone. Should it come to it, though, I won't hesitate to call on the comrades outside. I'm acutely aware of my limits. Upon entering the terminal, we'll most certainly meet with a fierce resistance from its defenses. Then there is Sphene herself. In order to initiate interdimensional fusion, she said that she intends to erase her own memories. What manner of entity she will become as a result, none can say. And if she invokes the key and opens a portal to other worlds, she would have access to vast amounts of aether to bring to bear against us. We must be prepared for anything. Whatever we encounter, we won't change our objective, and it won't change what I'll do. Come, my friends, it's time to settle this. Sounds good, Laffy. Will do, Len. Well, Alexandria, now accessible. In their darkest hour, the people of Alexandria had found comfort in the belief that physical death is not the end, and through the miracle of Electrope, the belief was made reality. Yet everything comes at a price. Determined to sustain the Endless, no matter the cost, Sphene has chosen the unconscionable course of massacring innocents. Seeking to prevent her from preying upon other reflections, you and your comrades prepare to send your souls into the Mesoterminal, where a virtual domain generated by her memory awaits. Let's fucking go. Okay, so that's actually the memory domain, not the barrier itself. Got it. Come on, let's go and see the princess.
To the memories of better days, I bid farewell.
Have you heard? Princess Sphene is here.
The Princess airship is coming to Victor's March.
Foreign entities detected. Proceeding with removal.
We're currently in the dream she lived. Princess Sphene! You recognize that fountain over in Archeo Alexandria. Oh, she's already back in the airship.
Your smile means all is right with the world.
If I smile, it is because you all smile for me.
What a fucking banger of a musical theme.
Security protocol.
Loss number 1. Volatile memory cache.
Foreign entities remain. Initiating level 3 security protocol.
Don't forget your mitt. Okay, we're good. Good adapt. That's so cruel of it to do that mechanic, then a stack, then a raid wide. Man, dungeons are actually really pushing players now, and I appreciate that. We'll push all of us to improve. Everyone, good job, guys.
You are my people, and I will protect you.
We're now in the dream she lost.
With painful memories of war,
Lightning!
I lay to rest.
So much lightning.
Foreign entities detected. Proceeding with removal.
The dream she lived and the dream she lost are the first two places that we fought in. Sorry, I have to focus more when playing Viper because I still don't have the muscle memory as good as Paladin. So this is the exact place we were before. That's the fountain that I pointed out earlier. I think from the other side, though. They're over here! Help them! You can tell Sven's ship is the yellow one. They showed it earlier. The princess herself came for us! The lightning! Oh no! So that can't be Otis because Otis was alive when Sven fell. So there must just be another Alexandrian knight.
Security breach confirmed. Initiating level 5 security protocol.
Mitigate. 1 second too slow with myself, yo. Oh boy. Good adapt, guys. Remember, when you die, you have a couple seconds of invincibility. Don't use abilities or sprint, as you will lose it. Any ability, including sprint, counts. This factoid brought to you by Elliot Fortunato. So remember, the past two so far have been...
Fear not. You will all live on.
The dream she lived, the dream she lost.
And at the last, my final, endless.
My dream everlasting. And she says my final as an endless. So this whole thing... seems to be at least maybe even her memory one after the actual Sphene had died. Because all these NPCs are saying Sphene has died at this point. So this... the original Sphene's memories are in here, but this is the endless Sphene's. As you can see, this is the Everkeep going up, and it's going up around the castle, which means that the castle must be in the subterranean floors of Everkeep. I wouldn't be surprised if it might be a dungeon on its own, or a variant
They've
dungeon.
done it! They prepared the queen!
See, we
can't give up! Not until keep complete!
Do you hear the rumors about the queen? You mean that her memories were preserved? From her memories, she will be reborn to lead us, our eternal queen. This is a new dawn for the realm. Okay, guys. Bleeding edge technology. Eliminator. Makes me wonder why we didn't see more of the Eliminator after. Or something like it. Presumably if it was effective, they would have kept its use. All you, Dest.
Initiating level 9. Activate components. Engaging capabilities. Attempting removal via incision. Re-attempting removal via incision.
You'll need to be in front and not the tank.
Removal failed. Commencing extermination sequence. Attempting extermination via multiple armaments.
I love stuff where you actually have to look at the boss.
Purging via armaments. Acquiring target. Exterminating.
Okay, you fucking Dalek.
Commencing final attack sequence. Attempting annihilation via high-powered energy discharge. Energy accumulation complete. Initiating final attack protocol.
Fainted. Almost all jobs have some kind of mint.
Foreign entities remain. Resuming annihilation. Attempting total annihilation. Annihilation. Annihilation.
Oh boy. Oh boy. That was close on my part. Oh, that was bad timing. Oh, I left a second early. Good job, guys. Very clean. Sexale, good to see, glad to have you. And also, yes, healers should not use regen. Well, that's one's hard to time correctly, but yeah. At the very least, you have control over what you have control over. Good job, everybody. Only one fight to go. Okay, let's get a picture quick. Sit. Set. And once everyone's good. Oh, nope, no. Okay. Put that into Discord. Okay. And... okay. One fight to go. Oh, Tamamo. Good to see you. Glad you could join us. God, and Terraphos looks cool. So cool.
listen to me, please.
I'm afraid she's gone.
Synchronization will soon be complete.
Damn.
Synchronization complete. Data for the Endless Fiend has been overwritten and reconfigured.
Data?
All shall be well, henceforth and in perpetuity.
Okay, this is really important. I want to point this out. Data for the Endless Fiend has been overwritten. One, that we've already have an example of someone who's been basically effectively paused or overridden, but also came back to their self to an extent in Otis. And also, that's data for the Endless Fiend. Does not mean all Sphene memories have been erased. And if original Sphene's memories are still in the terminal, it's relevant.
Forever will I keep and cherish my people. To that end, I have removed the remaining checks upon my authority.
Gods!
Obstructions to the plan will be summarily removed.
Wait, I still haven't set...
Begone from my presence.
Able to eject their souls. That makes sense. Out of the machine. Yeah, that totally makes sense with the confines of the power.
According to Eliminator's battle data, you pose the single greatest threat. As such, you will be erased, here and now.
I am the bearer of the memories of Queen Sphene of Alexandria, and my desire to protect my people transcends all others. If it were you, could you have found another way? With your strength, could you have held fast to that which is dear without sacrifice? Listen to me. There's something that I need to tell you. Is that concern or suspicion? If things should take a turn for the worse, might I...
I know what I have to do. Let's end this, Sphene.
Plan will be summarily removed.
Champions from across the rift, heed my call. symbol of Azim. Terphos, now accessible. A world free of suffering and loss. This earnest wish made by the young Queen Sphene in her final moments was realized centuries later in the form of living memory. The twisted paradise behind the legend of the Golden City. In order to obtain the aether needed to sustain the sanctuary's recreated denizens, Sphene has shed her consciousness, the memories she had as a living person, to arise within the Mezzo-Terminal, a terrifying entity possessed of absolute authority. Thus empowered, she now seeks to initiate interdimensional fusion and harvest the life force of the people in other worlds, and it falls to you to stop her before untold lives are sacrificed. Let's do this. Unlost World in Terphos. Let's fucking go.
The worlds have been bridged. Be at ease, everyone. Your ether will soon be replenished.
Queen Eternal.
I will suffer no interference. Disappear.
Pull at will.
Greetings and goodbye. Do not be afraid. Death is not the end. We require ether.
Always avoid curved lines. Once a spot's been hit, it will not replicate. You can go there and just stay. Once this follows you, hold, start to move, keep it away from others, and eventually it'll freeze.
Do not be afraid. Death is not the end.
Look for the hands. It's going to be double, well, our right.
I will show you the world beyond.
Earth phase? Or sorry, no, wind phase first. This is a reflection, but we don't know which one.
Deploying drone.
And there'll be a knockback. Where's the passage of arms when you need one? I think Kafei's got it. I spent too much time with Paladin.
We require
Come on, Con. Now we're in phase.
Do not be afraid. Death is not the end.
Back to the normal world. This is also a reflection. You'll notice ruins and buildings that no place you've ever seen before. Probably the 8th, 9th, or 8th, 4th, 8th, or 11th reflection. You don't know if the wind and the earth are the same or if they're different ones. The same with the ice. Oh boy, get ready for some chaos.
Target area delineated. Commencing erasure.
I'm good. Oh. That doesn't count.
System overload. Aborting process.
And I'm up. Thanks, guys.
Let us rise above death.
I'm gonna need some healing. Thank you, Kyle.
We require ether.
Oh, I'm not gonna make that. Okay, we're okay. We're all good.
Deploying drone.
Oh boy, I hope you guys take that off me. Oh boy. Wait, we skipped it? Oh, we got into enough so we could go to the final phase. Good job.
System overload. System override.
affecting her reality. She's losing control of the power.
That actually makes sense because we're damaged.
Listen to me.
That she'd be able to break back in.
I understand. I do. And I know that you won't be swayed from your course.
Oh no, not now. Wow. Wow, that was beautiful timing. Okay, for those who don't know, Wuklama calls out to Sphene. Sphene awakens and says Lamachi, and comes back to herself a little bit, which is actually not that similar than what happened to Otis. So there's actually there's precedence for this. Yeah, Sphene DDoS'd us. Sphene shut us down. she smashed Wuklama. Whoop, game over. And that was the end. Sphene out here cutting the internet just to stop us. What timing. But, so there's actually precedent so Wuklama was able to get back in because effectively they would have used the same method we got in the first place, but now that she's being damaged and weakened, her ability to control the realm and prevent a soul from breaking back in is much more limited, so that explains why Wuklama would be able to break back in, particularly with her own soul strength. And on top of that, her awakening, one, it's quite possible that there are some memories of Sphene still in there even after deleted because of the actual person who was Sphene. On top of that, there being precedent with Otis. Let's fucking get it.
It's over, Sphene. We will stop you.
No! I won't let you! I can't! I will protect my people's happiness!
But she still would have had the primary directive.
Leave your burden with us now.
I liked...
We will bear it in your stead.
So many things I had questions about or I was a little iffy about with this scene before the replay. I now feel like, actually, wait, no, the expansion completely explained everything I was a little iffy on. I'm so much more down for this ending than I was the first time. Which I was like down for it, but I was like, I have some questions. But no, it did explain everything. Speaking of, we got it. Good job, everybody. Even Sphene cutting in the internet couldn't stop us. Everyone try to squish in a can if you can to like get in close so we can try to get everyone on the screen. Try to be in a conga line if you can. Whatever way works. Yeah. Okay, that should be good. And a 1 and a 2. And a skiddly biddly. Boo. Okay, that should be good. Everyone disappeared. Oh. You know what? Since this is the last one, I actually want to bother getting a beam in there. We're almost done for the night. Sweet. Only we decide our fate. Hell yeah. Throwing that in the Discord. Scooda-bop-ee-da-bop-ay. Bum-bum. Thanks, everyone, so much for being there for that. And I know, just because I don't know how much time we'll have after, but I definitely... Thanks, everyone, for showing up. I can't tell you how much it meant to, like, have you guys there. And it meant a lot in Endwalker and Shadowbringers, and every time you guys show up like that, seeing you all together just makes me very happy. So thank you very, very much for that. Okay. Let's end the expansion. Like, even this scene that's about to happen, I like a lot more already, just because of like how it happens actually feels explained. Not when I was paying closer attention to all the details for its setup.
Sphene!
Your voice reached me, Lamachi.
Is it really you?
No, only in part. My memories as a living person are gone. I've been remade from those I had as an endless. However, I cannot remain long, for the Meso Terminal will soon cease to function. Once, you wanted to know me, Lamachi. Let my last act be to give an honest accounting. I am, above all, sorry for the suffering I've caused your people and mine. I am ultimately powerless against the inevitable, unable to do aught but visit harm upon the innocent. I am, in the end, a pitiful, selfish creature. One that should never have been created.
Oh, you get to say... You strove to make your people happy, and for that I can have respect. Even if I can't condone.
Our nations are worlds apart, but they feel so close. Who knows what we could have accomplished had we walked together towards a shared future. And yet, it could never be so. We each had our own to protect.
If only I had met you when I was still alive, then perhaps. But it's no use dwelling upon a miracle that didn't happen. Still, if there's one thing I hope you'll believe, it is this. Brief though it was, I treasured our time together. It pains me to think that its memory will disappear along with me. I know I have no right to ask this of you, but when I'm gone, my people, will you?
We'll take care of them. Don't worry. And we will never forget the Endless. Neither them, nor the time we spent with you. So be free of your burdens, Sphene. And sleep well.
I will. Thank you.
promise to...
Farewell, my beloved Alexandria.
Yeah, I like that they let the Warrior of Light really exude what atmosphere you want to with those options. It's a great that they give all the options, for sure. I'm very glad that there is the condemnation, or the you're just a program, for players who feel that way. Yeah, I'm always in favor of granting those choices, even if I wouldn't use them. Let players be able to, at least within a general broad like spectrum of what a Warrior of Light could react with. Yeah. With the illusion gone, sky is seen once again. God damn it, smile. Just literally the first note of smile is all it takes to get me.
So it was that the meso-terminal fell dark, and the endless departed for oblivion's embrace. Their resplendent paradise was no more, as the memory sustaining it faded with the golden light.
Thanks, Yu-Gi-Oh.
Even so, in a way, they live on. This I felt with conviction as I basked in the glow of a new dawn.
Being a call response is so perfect, it's so appropriate.
It remains to be seen how interdimensional fusion may have affected other reflections. Kryle's parents spoke of the power's capacity for both good and evil. I cannot help but wonder how Sphyn's deeds will be remembered by those they touched. The key that started it all was entrusted to the adventurer. Such an artifact certainly lies within the Scion's realm of expertise, and no objection was raised to their retaining it for research. By order of Vau Kona, the Sky Deep Cenote was placed under the strict watch of the Landsguard. With the mighty Bakuljaja among their number, they shall not want for strength, even in Soralja's absence.
Smile better suits a hero.
Upon learning of their queen's passing, the people of Alexandria mourned and wept. Having devoted herself to sparing them sorrow, the sight might well have moved Svín to tears. However, with Wuklamad carrying on her legacy, I have faith that her subjects will know joy once more. As anticipated, the news that young Gululja had succeeded his father as king was greeted with trepidation. Reception was also mixed when Wuklamad came forward to name herself as the boy's guardian. But the people were mollified to learn that Everkeep's systems remained operational, and there would be no impact on their lives. One day, when he is older, Gululja will decide for himself what manner of ruler he will be. Till that day and beyond, may the path of the young king be illuminated by the love of family. Meanwhile, in Tuliyola, the people came together to hail the new Dawn Servants' great victory. Having honored those they lost, they turned their attention to a brighter future and celebrated for 3 days and nights.
The boy got his taco! Woo! Taco Tia! No! Let him bite!
Not everything had been resolved, though. Those who had spent 30 years in the Dome struggled to resume their former lives. This and a host of other challenges remained. But as the new Dawn Servants continue to lead with strength and wisdom, the people may be assured that peace will endure.
Oh, this is so good. Oh, man. Okay, like all throughout the replay, I mean, I've appreciated more factoids and all sorts of stuff I've learned. But like, I have to say today, I think it's probably the strongest I've felt that I actually, like, this back half of Living Memory, I think actually worked a ton stronger for me this time than the first time. Like, up to this point, like, learning, like, all the information stuff is all good, and I was still, but, like, I still was, like, pretty, like, okay, Dawn Trail's really good, I put it behind Shadowbringers and Endwalker, but, like, that, all of this last part, actually, the little bits that were uncertain now work for me so much stronger. Personally, for me, Kefkiwa actually works even stronger now, whereas it was, you know, she worked before, but, you know, I feel like I wanted her to reach out to Erenville more, but I actually do feel like she does with the specificity of all the things she says. And I feel like, you know, the emotions of all that back half, I think actually hit me even harder. It feels stronger this time. Yeah. Oh, man. I love that it turned out that half of the cinematic trailer was from the very end of the expansion celebration. Yeah. To be fair, at least there are references to them doing some of the events in it at points. But yeah, I love this shot. Credits. Crazy. Yeah. Thank you, guys. Love this Indian. He's so good with kids. Justice for Taco Tia. Oh, I need to add the Taco Tia emote. We don't have it on the YouTube, so I'll have to make sure to add that. Loki, you want to play Mammal Jaw? All Mammal Jaw babies they're just little fellas. Ghoul Jaw, yeah. Why is Ghoul Jaw so damn cute? Dawn Trail being Shadowbringer and below Shadowbringer, considering it's the first chapter in a new story, just means that it has room to go upward, like Heavensward, Stormblood, Shadowbringer, and Walker did from Around Board. Absolutely agree. I think that's the other thing that's more remember that if you think about it, like Dawn Trail is the first part of Final Fantasy XIV 2. That only is to its credit. Yeah. Makes me wonder if the hunt will be a patch quest somewhere. Yeah, because of what they have in the short story. I doubt it. I think it's most short stories like that, I think, are just side tangents. I bet you it's happened as of the time of 7.1, honestly. But maybe. That'd be cool. Where we go when we, where we go and where we go and where we go and yeah. Yeah, no, it's exciting. I think Dawn Trail does an inordinate job, too, of, like, really setting the stage for a, you know, adventure ahead without just sacrificing being an adventure in and of itself. And I'm really excited for the patch content now. I'm way more excited for the patch content because of specific, not only questions, but pieces of breadcrumbs I feel set up there to pay off in interesting ways in 7.1, 2, and 3. I feel like there's a meaningful way to say that while 7.0 exists as a story unto itself, 7.0 is 2 acts of a 3-act story, and 7.1 through 3 is the 3rd act. So we have yet to even get the final. Yeah. To be honest, I would have not liked Dawn Trail if it was just up the ante from Endwalker. We needed a moment, to breathe, the reboot, yeah. I got the devs and writers some slacks, and now since Dawn Trail is good, and I'm content with seeing these new adventures, yeah. We absolutely needed some rest of some sort, yeah. Final Fantasy XIV Part 2, Book 1, yeah. Do you like what we do? Consider showing your support and sign up for our Patreon, patreon.com/Eorzean Archives. Get your name in the banner above my head. It goes a long way to supporting the channel. Thank you, Infinite. I'm so ready to see the mystery solution 9 holds. Dude, can you imagine like a variant dungeon in the basement going through like the old castles and ruins? Or can you imagine, you know, or a dungeon for that, or you know, there's so many things to explore when it comes to the 9th. How the Kia did affect other reflections. Did she initiate interdimensional fusion and fuse parts of the 9th with the 4th, 8th, or 11th? We have no idea. There's so many questions. I mean, the interdimensional rift is a pathway to many powers that some would consider unnatural. Ishgard variant dungeon? Hey, we'll get an Ishgard variant dungeon. I bet you, look, Dawn Vigil, something in Dravania. There's all sorts of things to get for a variant dungeon in Ishgard. It'll come one day. Don't you worry about it. Yeah. Preservation hiding in the old castle in the basement would go hard. Yes! That would go hard, Relish, yeah. Variant dungeons explored the original Alexandria Castle under Everkeep, I would very much believe happening, yeah. I want a variant dungeon on the first. Dude, there's so many things you could do. Nabatha Rang. You could explore the areas beyond the bounds of the Lightwave, now that some of it has been started to restore thanks to Eden. Eorzean will come. You know Eorzean, Far Reach. Dude, there's so many places left to explore for side content. The places we can go for the next expansions. We've got Mericidia. We've got to explore beyond the Blind Frost. We've got to go to Hingashi. We've got we've got 3 entire reflections left, plus effectively all of the 9th, because we don't know what's going on there beyond just the area of living memory. There is so much left to this game to explore, and it is exciting times. And it's only going to continue to be exciting times. And you know what? If Dawn Trail didn't do it for you, guess what? There's going to be a new expansion before too long. take a breath, enjoy the trail. And thank you guys all for sharing this with me. We still got a few cutscenes going, but I just want to take some time to talk to you guys. Yeah. Corvos, we got to go under the clouds of Ilsabar. What's going on? Null Mask, Corvos, Landis. Dude, there's lots yet. Yeah. We really got to go. Have a good one, Des. Thanks for joining in. Mods, please message me as whether or not you can, what if you can host. Yes, we will take care of that, Des. No worries. Yep. Yeah, we'll get that. Variant dungeon that's just entirely Cactar Sabos, you say? Well, look, just because. Look, okay, better yet than a Cactar or, well, not better yet, but Movalopolis. We know that there is an ancient Mobby city that was flooded out by ocean waters because the Mobbies dug too deep. We're getting a Moblin variant dungeon, or my name is not Tomefic Sugarbooks. I mean, we are getting a Mobby variant dungeon or something. It's coming. We're gonna get it, or I will go insane. Also, we go into space. Yeah, we go into space for cosmic exploration. We're going to the Occult Crescent, where we're definitely not going to find the Fountain of Youth. Levi, wasn't that supposed to be a Heavensward Scholastic Dungeon? Do that as a variant. Yeah, see? Yep. The Moblins dug too deep. The Moblins dug too deep! I'm not kidding, it's literally the lore. It's literally, they dug too deep, dug through their cave walls, hit the ocean, and the ocean flooded their city. Yeah, Mogzad Doom. I'll be a variant dungeon with Balrog as the secret. Dude. Oh my god. That would be fucking. And Moblin's Bane. The enemy's called Moblin's Bane. Oh my god, that'd be so good. Uplander shall not pass. There's also wherever the Ultima, the Heart of Savik came from. Yep. They went past Sandy Low. Still holding to hope that dungeon where we dip into the Stardust Run and see Dude, the Stardust Run is gonna get dealt with in some way. Even if just the Fathomless Sea, like the degree to huge the Stardust Run is, there has to be a variant dungeon or a dungeon or a trial series or something going on with it because it's too important, especially if it's basically a tear leading down to the Ethereal Sea. There's too many questions I have with all the functionality of everything going on there. The references to the Sunken Gods. I mean, maybe the Sunken Gods are just their representation of Hydaelyn and Zodiark who tore that asunder during the Sundering or something. That's perfectly fine as an answer, but beyond that, if they're not, what are the Sunken Gods? You can see Sphene on the stairs in Tuliolal when doing side quests before actually meeting her during the MSQ. Oh, really? That's cool. Yeah, we got the Crescent, and Emmett Selk is just there on a little sandy island in a deck chair in a full beach mode. Like, what took you so long? Yeah, Gobdolf. Fool of a mob. Fool of a gob. Oh yeah, we don't know how the trials will work yet. Yeah, we don't know anything about the trial series. Snakes, yeah. Oh man. I think that's a good place to continue all the cutscenes. Give me this map! Look at how much higher resolution it is. Give me the map! I just want a really large map that's like 4K.
I'm sorry, we haven't been able to talk properly. Oh, between the reconstruction work and Papa's funeral, I've hardly had time to breathe. But at long last, there's a lull in my duties. You've done more for us than we could ever hope to repay. Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
When we left the Eorzean behind to take part in the contest, none of us could have predicted what complications would follow. You truly have a knack for finding trouble, my friend.
Oh, thanks,
And you wouldn't have it any other way.
Not ever.
So what's next for you? Assuming you're still set on leaving the Gleaner's life behind?
I'm off to fulfill my mother's dream, of course. Like she had intended, I'll embark on a journey in search of the unknown. She's sure to enjoy my stories when we meet again in the Ethereal Sea.
Well, sounds like a plan. But will you have the coin to get by?
I may no longer be a gleaner, but I still have contacts in Sharlayan. Contacts with deep pockets, always eager to pay for information on new or rare species.
Wukalamat as wares if you have coin to trade.
You've got it all worked out. And what of you? Any new adventures in the offing? Regardless, until you're ready to leave, you're our guest here in Tulichola. And this time, I won't pester you to take up a post. By now, I know you well enough to know you can't stay in one place. No more than you can ignore the plight of those in need. Your path will always lead you elsewhere, and you'll continue walking it. Isn't that so?
An adventurer to the marrow you are. What is it exactly that spurs you on?
If I'm honest, my love for this star and all the peoples on it. Remember, the crown is a regulator. What might it contain? That's super cute, guys. Homecomings are usually uneventful affairs. This time is anything but for me. But all is well that ends well, and we have you to thank for that. That's super cute. Thanks, guys. Well, as much as I like to keep chatting, I need to get going. Still, a heap of things to do, and it wouldn't do to leave it to all to Kona. By the way, did Gulul Jaja decide to remain in Solution 9? He did. I said that he'd consider Tuliolal his home, but he's more comfortable over there. Shale keeps an eye on him for us. But we'll visit him as often as we can. He still needs our support, especially while he's agonizing over his inherited authority. Though it told him he didn't need to make a decision right away, he can't postpone it forever. I'll do whatever I can to help Galoja, as well as everyone inside the dome. I promise as much to Sphene. For my part, I'll be keeping Interal for a time. Among other things, I'd like to look into the problem with the wildlife in Shaloni. So if you'll get the urge, Elio, let's go on another journey together. There's still plenty of pieces I'd like to show you. Now that sounds like fun. If you have need of me, I'll come running. Oh, and before I forget, I also have a gift for you. Can you guess what it is? I don't think I can. An alpaca! It comes from Tobli's stables, of course, and is sure-footed as they come. Perfect for an adventurer who's always on the move, eh? Here's the whistle for its calling. Right, I'll really get going now, but I'm sure we'll meet again soon. Till next time, take care. Oh, damn it, right, there's another cutscene. Fellow citizens of Alexandria, ever since our beloved queen's passing, you have understandably abided in grief. Sorrows darken your once bright faces. But it is this is with what her majesty would not have wished, you see. No, most assuredly not. You know this is to be true. If we honor her memory, we must reclaim our smiles. To that end, we have turned on the GPU! That's right, friends. After a long hiatus, I am pleased to announce the grand reopening of the Arcadian. The realm's finest fighters stand ready to entertain you in glorious, thrilling combats. Come and join us, I bid you, and let your cares be forgotten. Rejoice in the glory of combat! Skies of flame proclaim night's end, and thoughts unto adventures tend. The brave make haste o'er hill and dale, the trip to Dawn's Light's final spell. Look at all you guys. What? That's funny that one of you guys is still going. I wonder if there's a limit to the amount of people that can... No, I'm going to go. We'll do that. It's 25. It's good. Awesome. Thanks, everybody. My glow stick cannot be contained. Look at all you guys. Thanks, everybody, so much for popping in. Oh, that's so cute. Let me get. Imagine if they had turned on the Arcadian and you heard the old Apple PC boot up noise. Dum. Yeah, they use the Vanguard music, which but a bit more environmental damage Alexandria can take. Yeah. Righty. Didn't think the same thing when I saw this place. I was like, looks a lot like skyscraper-sized graphics cards. Yeah. In Fire and Fulgur does go hard, yeah. Also doubling on it being super hype, I know that there's literally an ad for a grand reopening of Arcadian. I'll be your queen bee, honey, be lovely. Oh god, I'm gonna have to do a little more for that at some point, aren't I? We'll be doing the optional dungeons on stream before point 2. You know what, Relish? That's a good question. I'll say probably, or at the very least, I will be doing them in like the day before we do the point 1, point 2, point 3. So for those who don't know, I usually don't run the patch content until they're all done. What I will be doing is I'll be running the patch content 1.1.2.3 once point 3 comes out as a week of streaming because that's kind of a story unto itself, and then we're going to do 0.4.5 when those come out, and then we'll do finish the alliance raids and the raids as a whole section where we do those over the course of a day, just because it's not enough to do a full stream for just any one tier. So that'll be a lot of fun, and there'll be a lot of interesting and zest to talk about when that comes. In the meantime, there will be other streams that go on. If I don't stream as much for a little bit in the early part of 2025, it's mainly because I'm going to be working on videos, and that'll free up more time to do that. However, I really love working on it. I just don't want the channel to only be reduced down to that. And as I've been working on shorts and videos, and I've been getting bits and bobs done and moving forward with that. But I haven't obviously put out much beyond shorts recently. But there will be videos. I know I keep saying, but actually coming. I even have. Well, I guess you guys probably won't be able to say, but I literally have a video that I'm editing up right now. So yeah, if you care about that. But this is not about that. This is about, guys, we did it. We finished Dawn Trail, and it didn't take too long either. It honestly, while the novelty being gone means that certain things hit less hard in their immediacy, I will say, I think particularly Living Memory does bring a lot of all the stuff together for me. There's a lot of things that I feel like are strengthened. The things that I found weak, I found stronger on the second time through, other than obviously the consistent criticisms we've had. I'm wanting a little bit more from Zoralia in the earlier sections. Cool Jaja's turns working better, but still, maybe a little better, more would have been helpful. Things like there not being enough intrigue in the front half and it being so backloaded. Plenty of criticisms and stuff to be had, but honestly, a lot of that pales in comparison to how much is particularly coming out of Map 6. Out of Living Memory, I enjoyed that. And makes me deeply excited in a way. I don't even know I was this excited coming out of the end of 7.0 for 7.1. I'm now more excited for 7.1, 7.2 for 7.3. I'm definitely a lot of the stuff around Sphene. A good example is like Sphene waking up and returning to herself felt like, okay, we're kind of just doing the hand wavy friend thing. but actually they pre-establish it with Otis. They convey the nuances and specifics about how memory works within living memory and in general. Like, all these details, if understood, make so much work better, in my opinion. Now, whether you want to say that's still criticism is like, well, yeah, but that's a lot of like little minutia detail you need to be picking up on and paying attention and keeping together to make it feel right. That's a point of criticism? Sure, warranted. But all I'm saying is that the answers are there, and that is, for me, that's everything. That's the majority of what I care about. Is the answers need to be there, even if I have to do the work. I think it limits to take a raid party player characters. Oh, that makes sense. Thank you. Yeah. So open the window for other types of streams, like yes, we will do Endwalker Music Stream 2, and we will do Dawntrail Music Stream 1 in 2025, probably in the first month. For the streams that I've got planned currently, the ones I want to do are reading each and every Encyclopedia Eorzean as an audiobook, which may take multiple days. The music streams, finding every Yoshi P interview we possibly can and creating a database that we can share with other players so anyone can look back on any old statements made by Yoshi P, and especially if we want to see trend lines over time. I want to do a stream where we read all the fish lore, because there is literally enough for like 4 hours of reading all the fish lore. There's a lot of information about like the world in the leaves as well, so yeah. A little more voicing might have been nice. Sure. I agree, this is not a disagreement, but I would broadly say that's always a criticism I have of almost every, but I would say in particular, I'll say in particular in Dawntrail, there's a glut of scenes where you're like, why is this not voiced? So you're not, yeah. We can also open many more paths with the key, which makes me excited for the future of 14 as a whole. Dawntrail was just chapter 1. It makes me hope that the finale of this is going to be the uniting of all the peoples across the reflections against a common foe. All the allies we've built up over the past, what will at that point be something like 18, 20 years, uniting together. Yeah. Fish lore stream. Reading the fish lore. Not something I would have thought I'd hear. I know, right? And yet. Congratulations, Rebirth. Yeah, so that opens a window. I also do want, and I don't know if I'm going to do this main channel, probably maybe do this on a channel. I want to go back to playing the old Final Fantasies. Obviously, Niniri has been, has effectively had to take leave from the Eorzean Archive, so I might have to do it solo. But there's especially playing games that are used hardcore. So things like, we've already played 4, but obviously playing 9 and other things like that would be, I feel, useful for a lot of people to know. The key opens many doors, Ed boy. Yeah. At the very least, setting all aside future plans, what I will say is, I've been a little, between all the health stuff and everything, I've been a little, not jaded, I've been a little, not even worn down by 14, but just, I've been in a struggly, buggly place, especially when it comes to work, working on the channel in specific, I mean. I don't know why, but like plenty of things revitalize and energize me, but there's a little bit of the scales falling off from my eyes for some reason after playing that last map. There's something about, maybe it's just the confirmation that even after a year full of hardships and a lot of depression and physical struggles, that I still, Final Fantasy 14 still makes me feel, and there's something wonderful about that. 16 DLC, yes, I do need to play the 16 DLC. Good point, Marin. There's so much lore and there's just random items. It's just kind of interesting. Yeah. Nobody understands the reference when there are door mechanics. One thing I also point out is if you don't know about it, we have a thing called T-Tools, which Team V made that allows you to search up any word in the game, and you can type in any word in the game, and anytime it pops up. So if you type in Electro, you'll get every instance of Electro popping up in text. Very useful if you like to learn about lore in this game. Friendly reminder too, we have all sorts of events going on over on our Discord at discord.gg/Eorzean Archives, and yes, usual creator promoting it. But the main reason I point that is if you want people to play with, or you just want to do some things like maps or what have you, or talk to people about 14 in a positive environment, though not a forced toxicity positive of like, you can't say anything bad about 14. Really, to me, you can critique 14 all you want. Just be ready for someone to be like counter that point or what have you. Check out our Discord. So definitely do that. You can join for stuff like this too. Yeah, if you enjoy our stream, do you want to like what we do, consider showing your support. Big thanks to everyone. And a big thanks to everyone who supports our work through Patreon, YouTube memberships, or Super Chats, or just hanging out here, especially people who are just hanging out here with us and here on the Discord. We really appreciate your support. Don't forget to also to check out Ray's Final Fantasy 14 archives. Especially from the crew in FC, there's a lot of lore nerds and enthusiasts that get others as excited and in love with story as lore of 14. I don't need you to like the things I like in 14. I don't even need you to like a lot of 14. I just need you to be passionate and curious. That is the important thing. I mean, look, a certain grace and positivity is nice and preferable, but like, all I ask is curiosity and thoughtfulness. Because if you're critical but thoughtful, boy, do I have a lot of respect for you. And if you're positive but thoughtless, you know, maybe that's not great either. You should watch the video of Clive's Tekken lines. Sure, yeah. Also, thanks to Lil, who might be adding another FF games in search. Yes, we're gonna try to add old Final Fantasy games to the T tools in the future. I think we've got 9 starting to be set up. Thanks for introducing me to those tools. Yeah, Relish, hopefully they've been useful to you. Non-scripted one, genuine thank you for everyone sticking with Elio and T. Yes. So, I'm looking to 8.0. We've got quite a few months until then, but there's plenty of stuff to do in the meantime. All sorts of accomplishment, plenty of fish to catch with them. I got a bunch of side quests to do also, just in Tulio all alone. But yeah, I mean, I'm kind of just vamping to a certain extent now, but this is beautiful. 14 was the first, I had played MMOs for almost 20 years. Probably for 20 years before playing 14. And 14 was the first MMO that I felt not alone in. Because the other MMOs, I was always around people, but I was never a part of dungeon groups or anything. And so, still to this day, and every day, doesn't matter how many times I have, doesn't matter when it's 8.0, doesn't matter when it's 9.0, doesn't matter moments like this, you guys being here like this, that'll mean a lot to me. Raiji, thank you for the 5 memberships. And everybody, enjoy your emotes. Okay, I guess we'll call it there because we got to get our, we're going to do our map events started going. What do we have? We got some friend requests. All right, trying to make sure that I can see the people who are. We will, we have the events that are going to go on. I don't want to stop, but I got to stop. Okay, the EX farming is going to go over the Discord, so definitely make sure to join us. Look forward to the videos that should be coming out in 2025. And yeah, we'll see what goes. Crave, thank you for the 20 euros. Happy early Christmas, my friend, and to you as well. Thanks, man. Love you. Love you all, guys. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your weeks, days, months, and 2024. I'll see you around. Have an early first round. Cheers, everybody.